Supervisor McGorty,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Here.
Supervisor Hashak,
Here.
Dirty,
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay. Well, lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so next on our agenda is public expression. Members of the public are invited to comment on items not on the agenda or on the consent calendar or on closed session items. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on non-agenda items, consent calendar, or the closed session items?
We have one voicemail.
Hi, my name is Rachel Powell Valensky, and I am calling in regarding item 5C. I am a mother in this community, and I have a 5-year-old going into kindergarten, hopefully, and a sophomore going into high school. I am calling in to request that the county supervisors commit to assisting the local school districts in giving the opportunity to return to school the fall semester here in Mendocino County without a face covering, or for it to be optional depending on that family's health, wellness, and needs. The health, safety, and wellness of our children here in Mendocino County is of utmost importance to me. I am a long-standing member in the community. I value our community and our wellness. My mother has been a teacher here in Ukiah for 30 plus years. I really know what it's like to be here and in our community and on the ground. I have seen the effects of what this last year has done to a lot of teens in our community and their social dynamics, their inability to be able to communicate, and what I fear would happen to our incoming children into the school district. I feel like on a grassroots level, we need to stand up and advocate for our children, and this is one of the ways that I think that we can do that. So if you could please take my consideration here to, again, give us the opportunity to have an option of a face covering in the fall, that would be incredible. I think you are going to see a lot of people that want to be part of Ukiah Unified School District but are choosing other schooling options because of the mandatory mandates that might be coming our way. And I know how important it is for our children in our community to be building strong community together and the value that that has for our children. So again, thank you for your time and consideration on this.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay. Then that takes us to the consent calendar. Looking at the clerk, was proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice was established.
Okay. All right. And does anyone on the board want to pull any of the items for separate consideration or discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move approval.
A second.
Have a motion and a second. We have a roll call.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, that takes us to item 5A, which is a discussion and possible action regarding the Employee Service Awards. And this is being brought forward by Human Resources.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, and Assistant CEO Antle. William Schertz here, Human Resources Director. And I am honored to present to you the recognition of Employee Service Awards for eligible employees with 15 to 40 years of service. The 39 county employees being honored by this presentation are those who became eligible during the period of January 1st through June 30th of this year and are in the following departments: Cultural Service Agency, District Attorney's Office, Executive Office, Facilities and Fleet, Executive Office, Information Services, Health and Human Services Agency, Planning and Building Services, Probation, Public Defender, Sheriff's Office, Transportation, and Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and provide the names of all these employees. The following employees have 15 years of county service, and those are Barbara Chapman, Dan Mazzanti, Catherine Fengler, Lily Caravello, James Elmore, Eric Rennert, Michelle Acevedo, Michael Bell, Katie F. Ford, Kathy O'Farrell, Sheila Persico, Karen Lovato, William Peterson, Rhonda Brown, Natasha Adams. And for 20 years of service, we have Chantel Simmons, Daryl Smith, Kent Stanley, Laura Hagenbart, Diane Laster, Richard Swanson, Howard DeShiel, Patrick McCloskey, Bradley Walker, John Martyr, Isabel Oglesby, Cody Snyder. 25 years of service: Sandra Ensler, Sherry Chappelle, Andrew Alvarado, Butch Gupta, Lori Knapp, James Wells. 30 years of service: Kathy Harp, Katrina Taylor, and Joe Quincy. 35 years of service: Lori Kaiser and Cynthia Silva. And for 40 years of service, Leaf Farr. We are delighted to honor all these employees' commitment to this organization and their dedication as a loyal public servant. Thank you all for being a valued member of the County Mendocino team, and congratulations on your service anniversary milestone. This completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Supervisor McGorty.
So I've worked with many of these people over the years, and I thank them all for their service, but especially for Leaf Farr. Leaf has been a go-to person on GIS and helped the University of California Cooperative Extension and many other departments with a lot of different projects, and he was always our go-to person. He trained a lot of our staff on using ArcView and some of the other very complicated software programs, and he's a good instructor and someone who's always willing to help. So a shout out to Leaf Farr for your 40 years of service.
Thank you, Supervisor McGorty. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Well, we certainly appreciate the dedication of these people and the fact that they've stuck with Mendocino County through thick and thin, so that's appreciated. They've gone through a lot over the years. Okay, well, thanks, William, and I guess we'll go on to the next agenda item. So next we have item 5B, which is discussion possible action, including direction to staff to amend the County of Mendocino Cannabis Equity Program, including but not limited to increasing the income threshold associated with the Cannabis Equity Program's eligibility criteria, simplifying the grant application process, and increasing the amount of funding available through the direct grant program. And the sponsor of this is the Cannabis Program. And we have the Cannabis Program Manager, Kristen Nevedal, here.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Thank you so much. Looking forward to this conversation. Starting with the income threshold, this has been reported to us as one of the biggest hurdles for equity applicants. The income threshold is set at extremely low or very low. So for a household of two, Extremely low income, the maximum is $17,420 a year. For a household of two, the very low income level is at $28,950 a year. If we look towards a family of four, that very low income level maxes out at $36,150 a year. This has inevitably, I think, not only discouraged folks from applying for the equity grant, but what we've seen is it has also determined, some folks have been determined ineligible because they've bumped up against and exceeded those low and very low thresholds. What I'd like to ask the board to consider today is increasing those income thresholds either to a medium income threshold or a moderate income threshold. So comparatively, if we were to look at a median income threshold for a household of two, applicants would not be able to make more than $56,550 a year for a household of two to qualify for an equity grant program. If we moved that up to the moderate income threshold, it would put a household of two would have to make less than $67,900 a year. A family of four, median income is $70,700, whereas a moderate income is $84,850. Now, I think it's important to just discuss the fact that a lot of the folks who are most likely and most interested, it appears, in applying for the equity grant funding program are cultivators. Our cultivators often live on the property where they're cultivating. It's also their home where they're raising their families in many cases. And so their mortgages right now are oftentimes higher than what the extremely low and very low income thresholds even are. So I would recommend that we consider today raising to the median income or the moderate income. The additional items and recommendations that we're bringing forward today include also increasing the amount of money available to the direct grant awardees. Again, folks have to meet the eligibility criteria and then they can apply for a grant through this program. We are going to recommend, or are recommending, that instead of limiting the direct grant funding amount to $10,000, which is currently the cap, that we increase that to $50,000 to be dispersed in two $25,000 tranches. Other local jurisdictions have put similar programs in place. Humboldt's grant program allows for a maximum of $50,000 in their direct grant program. Los Angeles has a $25,000 grant cap that is offered in two tranches. Long Beach, you can receive up to $235,000 in 8 tranches. And Oakland is $60,000 to be dispersed in 6 tranches. So this is not a proposal that is out of alignment with, say, what other jurisdictions have done to help make their program more accessible and meaningful for the community. And then the third item that's part of this agenda item, and the third recommendation, is to simplify the application process for the grants themselves. So once someone is eligible, they can apply for technical assistance, they can apply for a fee deferral grant, or they can apply for the direct grant, which I just discussed increasing the award for. So right now there's about 13 criteria that folks have to fill out online to apply for any of the 3 grants I just mentioned. We would like to vastly simplify this. It would help us not only get the funds out to the community in a meaningful and timely manner, it would also, I think, ease some of the angst that the community has about participating in the program. So we'd like to limit the grant application process to requiring the following documents: a business executive summary, a budget spreadsheet totaling the grant amount, so the project costs, and or the fees that they're asking that be waived. A written budget narrative that explains the budget expenditures and the types of fees that they're going to be spending the money on. And then a contractor's scope of work for applicable projects. So say money is going out, fish and wildlife repairs are being done, and they need to hire a contractor to replace a culvert, as an example, right? We would want that contractor who's working on that earth moving and their scope of work to be included in the proposal. So that would give us, we feel, plenty of information. It would also allow us to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and being able to track how the monies are spent once they leave the department. But those are the three items that we're bringing before the board for consideration today. I'm happy to answer questions and participate in discussion.
Any questions for Kristen? Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So the first question is, how much has been given out already, since there's only 11 people who've been determined to be eligible?
Zero. So there's two phases to the process. So folks first have to be determined or declared eligible, and then they can come back and apply for grants. So we just started announcing or awarding eligibility certification about 2 weeks ago. So we're up to, I think, about 14 folks that have been determined to be eligible, and now they have to come through and apply for the grants that they're interested in. Hence bringing this item forward to try to simplify the grant process for them and for new applicants. We have until February of 2021 to get these monies out, so we are feeling the pressure and currently have only had around 25 completed applications. So this program has not necessarily been embraced by the community. We just have not had the applications we had hoped to have.
Okay, and let's see, do you have the proper staffing in your office to deal with these applicants?
We do have, we previously had extra help, a department analyst that was part-time under the extra help program. And we do have that position running again. Our previous department analyst, who was fabulous, took a full-time job outside of the county. She moved to Washington State, actually. So we're sad to see her go, but we do have a posted position available to fill her place.
Okay, and last question right now is, we're paying an administrator to do this work from Oakland, right? And we're paying something like $200,000 a year.
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I could pull them up. We just did the filing. So let me see here. We do have an administrator. They are the ones reviewing all of the grant programs. And so they do review also 100% of the applications, regardless of whether that's an eligibility application or a grant application down the road. So their team takes those pieces on and then lets us know. So for our part in allocating the funds, we really have a tracking and a bookkeeping role primarily. We are not needing to staff up to manage, say, an influx of applicants, which we would really welcome at this point. We would not have to staff up to make sure that those applicants are processed in a timely manner. We're really managing the reporting back to the state. And then, as I mentioned, as funds are awarded, we would have the bookkeeping, the journal entry, and whatnot. That would be here in our department.
So you feel like this administrator is needed?
Oh, yes. Yes. Unless we were going to fully internalize it, I do feel like the administrator is needed. They do everything from helping us to write the press releases and manage the webinars that we put together, to reviewing all of the applications, answering the questions of the applicants directly. And I think they've done a great job for the county. They're a pleasure to work with.
Supervisor McGordy?
So what is the total amount of money that Mendocino County has allocated to it?
Mendocino County, I believe, allocated 2 tranches to the grant program. There was originally, I think, $150,000 matching fund that the board put aside, and then a smaller amount, and I don't have that number in front of me for this item. The vast majority of these funds have come from the state to the tune of about 2.2 million.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhorn.
Thank you for bringing this item forward. I know that the income qualifications in particular have been a barrier for applicants. So hopefully the board will move forward with the changes that are requested. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on what else we can do to make sure that we get people applying for these funds, especially so that they can mitigate any previous environmental damage, even if it was, through no fault of their own from a previous property owner or whatever. I know that we've heard many stories that that's out there, and I don't know that everybody realizes this is something that could help them mitigate that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that the combination of increasing the income threshold and increasing the direct grant amounts would really go a long way to help folks manage the cost of their environmental compliance. So right now, folks have reported a struggle with the cost associated with filing a notification with Department of Fish and Wildlife. When you are subject to a lake and streamlet alteration agreement, for example, you pay for each and every project listed in that notification up front. That is for your permit to actually do those fixes. So if you have 7 culverts to notify on, you're going to pay for those permits up front. Once those permits are issued, you have to pay in a very short window to have that work done on your property. A lot of our cultivators are in upland locations where they arguably have private roads and driveways, culverts, and lake and streamlet alteration projects to address. I think just what we've heard, not here in Mendocino County alone, but some of the lower, also in Humboldt and on some of the group meetings I have with other local jurisdictions about equity programs, some of the lower dollar amounts, such as the $10,000 direct grant fund, are not terribly appealing, because how do you utilize that in a meaningful way when you have $60,000 or $70,000 worth of project work to do, right? It's so I think it would be much more appealing for folks if they actually felt like this program could push them over the hump into managing their compliance in a meaningful way.
Kristen, I have a question. So what is the proposed grant limit per applicant? And if any of the funds are used for physical improvements like culvert replacement, that kind of thing, would that trigger prevailing wage? Just, I know that sometimes it's an issue with state or federal funds.
There could be some tax implications for applicants who receive larger sums of money. So what we are proposing is that the direct grant, which is one of the 3 types of grants, that pool of funding be increased from $10,000 per applicant to a potential for $50,000 per applicant. That could be released in 2 tranches. So the idea would be that you would write a proposal for that entire $50,000, and then we would release 25 of it so they could start the work, and then they would show us the receipts for that 25 before we release the second 25. That is what we're proposing here. That $50,000 sum could have tax implications. The applicants would want to talk to their tax accountant to make sure that they claim that money appropriately and properly.
So I guess my question is, in the case of sidewalks, for example, if my understanding is if we were to use city or county dollars to give someone money to install sidewalks, then they would not be required to use prevailing wage in the price that they were paying the contractor. But my understanding is if we had used, say, state funds, transportation funds, to give a homeowner money to put in a sidewalk, then it would trigger the need that the homeowner would have to hire a contractor specifying prevailing wage for any workers on the site. So has the state provided any guidance? I mean, if these are largely state dollars, have they provided any guidance as to whether or not it triggers prevailing wage for the physical work to be done?
That is a good question that I don't have the answer for you, and I apologize for that. It has not come up in our discussions, and I'm happy to circle back to the state on that, but it is not currently in the policy document for the program, nor has it come up in the conversation.
Okay, well, so just putting it out there because maybe it's an issue that county council could assist in researching. It seems like it's important information for any grant recipient to know the answer to that. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Kristen, if we went to the median income and we increase the direct grants to $50,000, then the idea is we get a lot more applicants and we're giving out a lot more money, and we could see how that goes. And if there aren't enough applicants at the median income level, then we could increase it to the moderate level at some point.
I think that is possible. We do have until February to distribute the funds that we've been allocated by the state, and the state will ask us to return those funds. So I don't know if the short period of time between now and February will really give us the time frame or the amount of time we might need to put some thoughtfulness into whether or not the medium income is working and then adjust again to a moderate income. We would be then having applicants come in really late to be allocated funds. The timing makes me a little nervous, I guess, just because we have a short window currently.
Then if the other question would be, if we went to moderate income, is it possible to prioritize the applicants by income? Or do you just say you're eligible, so?
I mean, I would imagine so, because we are requiring them to show proof of income, and they have to show 2 proof of income. So everyone has to, for their eligibility criteria, show tax returns. So you have to show the previous year's tax return and then a second proof of income. It could be a series of paycheck stubs. It could be, so there's a little list of items, but everyone does have to show a tax return. So we do have income amounts on record. So we could increase it to moderate and then say prioritize folks that are in median. And then, so I think that that's possible. I'm sure that that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Williams.
I support moving to moderate now or greater if we can. I anticipate early next year we're going to be talking about writing a check to send back to Sacramento. We're having trouble dispersing this money. I don't think we can afford to try and this intermediate step. The income barrier has blocked a lot of potential applicants. I think we need to at least move to moderate.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be up to 50,000 for any of the 3 types of applications available? Because technical assistance is only 2,000, which probably is also not a lot when you're trying to hire a consultant. So is there an opportunity?
Assistance is not for consultants. The way that board designed the technical assistance program is that it's for trainings. So there's a series of trainings that applicants can fund through that technical assistance portion of the program. One is education about cooperatives. There's also some workshops and education about starting a new business, managing your HR, and then there's some bookkeeping best practices. So there's basically a series of trainings that are part of that technical assistance program. You could probably utilize the direct grant funding to, say, hire consultants to prepare Appendix G. For example, because the direct grant funding itself is very broad and lists a number of items that are more like hardscape infrastructure, for example. So doing your projects for Fish and Wildlife and or the water boards, any sort of improvements that might need to be conducted to stabilize your business and meet compliance. So I imagine that there's a broad enough description in that direct grant pool, like the way it's described, to allow folks to have assistance to prepare the Appendix G documents because it is part of their compliance and environmental mitigation work.
Thank you for that.
If we have no other questions or comments at this time, maybe we should go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do. First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We're glad to see the equity program receiving additional attention today from the board. We fully support the increase of the income threshold to the highest possible amount, simplifying the grant application process, and increasing the amount of funding available through the direct grant program. In fact, MCA has made these recommendations previously. I call to your attention our attached memo submitted to the board October 13th, 2020 on this very topic. Prior to submitting the October memo on July 13th, 2020, MCA provided the county with a detailed proposed program structure, including 32 pages of redlined recommendations with eligibility requirements and point matrix to determine award amounts based on extensive research and equity program comparisons, which I have also attached. Those suggested changes have not been implemented. At the time, staff indicated they did not want to delay the rollout of the program. Despite numerous requests, no revisions have been implemented. However, by October 2020, and again now, staff is recommending changes to the manual. And I'd like to point out that this particular program has nothing to do specifically with income. It has to do with the impact from the war on drugs. We urge the board to consider the inadequacies of this program, which MCA had previously pointed out, and the fact that MCA regularly provides the most well-informed and considered input on every cannabis policy question that comes before you. As an organization made up of experts in every part of the cannabis supply chain and supportive consulting and legal industries, we have a unique ability to identify practical concerns and on-the-ground realities to which this board does not have direct access. In several cases, including this one, recommendations by MCA, if implemented earlier, could have saved the county untold difficulties and complications and provided numerous benefits for the entire Mendocino community, especially the equity applicants for whom the up to $3 million, from my understanding, in grant funds has been awarded to the county to distribute. As it stands, applicants are at risk of losing access to these millions of dollars if they are not awarded expeditiously, and the county program is nearly inaccessible to many folks who have been directly impacted by the war on drugs. These changes must be made as soon as possible. It's our hope that bringing these items to your attention, including our recommendations from both 13 and 9 months ago on this equity item with the same topics that are being addressed today, we reinforce our ability to identify relevant factors in local cannabis policy implementation. We request that moving forward, this board better utilizes our willingness to share our expertise by seeking to integrate more of our recommendations prior to enacting policy. The reality is that cannabis regulations, of which you are the architects, have direct impacts on thousands of people's lives. These are not matters to be viewed as experiments based on personal opinion, but on a comprehensive understanding and evaluation of all relevant factors. As generalists, you have the choice to ensure the right considerations are informing your decisions on cannabis policy. Given the situation we're in, it's clear that more work must be done in this area if we as a county are to successfully.
Good morning, board. Yeah, in doing research on this, MCA has really putting out a lot of information, the best that I can find. And really, they have pointed out several areas. The eligibility criteria should really get the maximum number of people into the program. I mean, it would be a shame to actually lose this $2 to $3 million and send it back. And in line with the recommendation, GoBiz recommendation administering the current MCA recommendation that the county allow applicants to use these funds at their own discretion for the purpose needed to recover from the effects on war on drugs, which this equity grant program is based on. I think in order for the applicants to provide direct harm from the war on drugs, the LAP manual must include a provision that requires the county to cooperate and assist applicants in obtaining the needing documents from the sheriff or district attorney's office, because this would help smooth the process for these applicants, and should expand it to be a wide range of issues. Another point would be to enable county staff to evaluate the grants using a matrix of eligibility criteria. Again, the flexibility in awarding these grants out. And also in looking at the income thresholds, Rule 280E comes in because these applicants are not able to make these normal business deductions. So however, to avoid grants in business, pay the owner high salaries or compensation, any pay the owner immediate household members should be added back into the net, otherwise deducted when reporting the net income based on that business. So it takes a little more time in evaluating the financial status rather than just looking quickly at the tax return of these applicants. And also possibly maybe even calling in and having a Zoom meeting to go over these criteria with them to help more people qualify. And applicants who have successfully used equity grant funds to bring their business into the legal marketplace should be able to receive more grant money. And I think putting a cap at $50,000 when you've got several $1 million and only 11 applicants, the point would be to expand this program to get more people in, particularly if there's environmental things that need to be recovered. Very important to do this. And so I hope you follow what MCA has put out, because they have been, in tracking this, have really been working with state partners to find all of this information to make sure. I mean, what's the point? I mean, how does the county look if you're given $2 million and you have to send that money back? So I hope you work really hard to get more people into this, outreach, whatever it takes, but it would be a shame to send money back to the state when they've provided this to get people through this program. Thank you.
Good morning, board. Monique Ramirez, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We are grateful to see this agenda item come forward. We did submit a memo. Sorry, it just came to your inbox, and we did post it in the e-comment, but I am going to read it. Some of the questions we've identified are, will applicants that have already been approved for the grant at this juncture also receive additional funding if the county decides to raise the award limits today? And are those applicants eligible to apply more than 1 year for the equity grant funding, or is this a one-time award? That hasn't been clearly defined, or at least I haven't understood that. If an equity grant applicant is allowed to apply each year for funding, will the grant amount that they receive in the first year go towards their income for the following year when they reapply? The example given is if an applicant, let's say, makes a yearly salary of $28,000, receives grant funding, which is currently a maximum of $19,000. If they are eligible to apply in the second year, is their total annual salary now that previous year's amount, including the equity grant funding that they received? So now it would be $47,000. These kind of matrices are really, we need to understand them and they need to be clarified. Also, one concern we have is, does the income taxes have to be paid for the equity grant amount that an applicant receives? So if people are living pretty much in poverty and now they get this great grant, do they also have to pay federal and state income taxes on that? I don't know that we've identified that. Thank you for clarifying about the technical assistance. That is kind of unfortunate that people can't use that technical assistance to help them work with a bookkeeper to help set up, systems and stuff like that of their choosing, and instead it has to be done in-house. I also just want to state, as a person that was awarded this grant funding, I've identified 6 additional questions that I've been trying to work with the LEAP people on. And some of the questions are really related to the timelines. Like after we have submitted our applications for the specific grants we want to get, how long until the money is actually going to get given to us so we can break ground on project improvements. I'm also identifying some issues with people that have applied for their Appendix G application and want to now add this grant funding towards building out infrastructure, but they can't do that because it's all frozen. You can't make new changes to your Appendix G. It's what's on the ground right now. And so it seems like we're going to end up spending more money to get the grant funding. So I just want to identify that. And I'm really hoping that staff and LEAP, and I would be available to provide comment if needed, to work together to try to get these really nuanced issues identified. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You can begin speaking, Mr. Tillman, or Hansberry, sorry.
Well, thank you. This is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally. I support the raise of the threshold, the income threshold. I would also recommend that if there's a consultant out there that's taking care of these applications, that there be some kind of customer support. If there's any, for things that we don't understand about the application or clarifications. The criteria for eligibility is something that was filled out, and I was under the impression that was the application for the grant. There were check boxes for them, and then there was no in the application to give special circumstances or multiple circumstances. Also in the application, it talks about, everyone keeps saying that it's about the war on drugs, but in the application, it specifically just mentions camp, and I don't know if camp or the sheriff's department or other law enforcement, if all of those things would be eligible, would qualify as criteria, or if it's strictly just camp, because camp is mentioned several times, and how the funds can be used for, say, fire safety or security issues, things like that. I've tried to deal with the sheriff's department, and they are inequipped to help to find the documentation that's required for the different activities. So making it a bit more user-friendly would go a long way, along with raising the threshold. Thank you very much.
That's good.
Do we have another speaker?
If my microphone is still on, then Susan is next. We can't hear the moderator.
Go ahead, Susan.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Jurdy. Good morning, Board. In terms of simplifying the application process, when trying to obtain records from the Sheriff's Department, the department seems ill-equipped to provide research and records, and it's notable that local press historical records of interdiction, which by custom do not include addresses or names. Sometimes they do, but usually not. And yet the application process demands that information. Could the consultant managing the equity program be brought up to speed with regard to this disconnect with information requested and the actual availability and help provided or not provided by the Sheriff's Department. Time is really of the essence here, particularly for the smaller operators. We're running out of time and many of us are out of money. The consultant in Oakland doesn't necessarily know about or care about challenges locally. Could we connect the consultant with actual applicant farmers or advocates like MCA who can provide real on-the-ground information? The phrases and acronyms, war on drugs, camp, COMET, these refer to different interdictions. And yet, as Paul mentioned, the application process seems unclear because it just keeps mentioning one particular type of interdiction. In closing, it was mentioned in yesterday's meeting that relations between law enforcement and the community are not the best. Fixing the equity application process, would really go a long way to mending relations. Many of us are really counting on being able to qualify, and the foregoing comments have made it very, very difficult. So thank you for continuing to try to make sure that all of this money goes to who it was supposed to go to, rather than going back to the state. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. I would like to make a motion to increase the income threshold to the moderate level, to simplify the grant application process, and work with the administrator in doing that, and increase the amount of funding available to $50,000 for the direct grant program.
Second.
And I would like a report back in September from the cannabis program about how that's going.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern, you've had your hand raised.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the cannabis program manager could advise when the changes would go into effect, or maybe that's a question for county council. And I also wasn't sure if Sheriff Kendall could potentially address the challenges that are coming from getting the documentation. I would imagine if it wasn't directly his department, that might be a challenge, and maybe there's an alternative. The criteria says you could also use newspaper ads or even a witness statement, and I don't know how simple it is to get to use those as an alternative.
So just to start, and this is Kristen Navarro, the Cannabis Program Manager, I do believe that we could make those changes immediately. With folks who have applied that have not been determined as eligible, we have maintained those applications on file. So an increase in the income threshold would likely immediately add a pool of folks that are essentially on hold or told that they will need to reapply. It will bring them into good standing or eligibility criteria with the county on this. So I think it could be fairly immediate, unless county council feels like we need to provide some sort of notification. I think that these have some immediate changes if the board chooses to go in that direction. The eligibility criteria, just to speak to a couple of pieces of the eligibility criteria. Personal statements, so required documentation, it can include public records for camp and other sort of law enforcement interactions that include newspaper articles, arrest records, or a neighbor's sworn statement. That is on the website for the eligibility criteria. So with the camp program, you could utilize a statement from a neighbor. That would definitely work, or newspaper articles talking about the fact that camp was in the area at any given time over a 5-year period where you lived. So I'll just pause there, but that information is available to the public on the website with the eligibility criteria page.
Great, thanks. Supervisor Williams.
Kristen, are you confident that shifting to moderate income will allow us to spend every dollar by the deadline?
I certainly hope so. I think that really has a lot to do with folks coming in and participating. It does take some time and energy to fill out the applications. There's no doubt about that, right? People have to put the records together. We do have a press release prepared, so I'm hoping that should these changes be made, we would issue a press release, and then we have two additional workshops that we're going to do to help people understand the new changes and try to build some excitement around changes should the board move in that direction today. We've done 2 or 3 workshops already since I came on in March, so we are pretty regularly trying to reach out, and then additionally we have a slew of applications that have been started but not completed. So the administrators are personally calling folks that have started that process to figure out how they can help assist and encourage them to complete the process of applying for eligibility. So we will continue along the same lines to try to build support and excitement about this program and try to keep people, get more people engaged.
And for the board, is there any possibility of giving direction now so this item doesn't have to come back again? That if in 60 or 90 days, the moderate income hasn't provided a sufficient pool of applicants to exhaust funds, that the cannabis program manager has the authority to either remove the income requirement or set it to a higher bar? Could we do that now as part of this motion? Maybe, I don't know, two times moderate income. That way we're prioritizing the folks who really need it, but we're also making use of all of the available funds.
I don't know if that's a question that Kristen or someone else can answer.
I'm happy to chime in on that. There are some local jurisdictions that do not have income thresholds on this. This program is predominantly about supporting communities and persons who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. It is not an income-based program as defined by the state, although plenty of jurisdictions do use income as part of the eligibility. There are also several that do not use income as any portion of the eligibility criteria.
So should we consider striking the income requirement altogether?
Well, first Supervisor McGorty, then Supervisor Mulhern.
So a couple thoughts on this. First of all, I'd be up for lifting some of the income requirements if it was focused on environmental mitigation. If that's what we were doing, is fixing things that are legacy problems because people, for whatever reason, haven't had the money to be able to properly address environmental issues on their property. Certainly for conventional growers, we have programs through the Natural Resource Conservation Service that, like EQIP, that allow us to cost share to repair legacy problems such as stream bank renovations and cover cropping and other things to prevent erosion and do environmental quality work and remediation. So I would feel pretty good about that if the focus of this program is specifically to help to mitigate issues associated with having problems that are created by growers and sensitive habitats. The other thing that I just wanted to make a point is that I think these are fairly complicated processes to get through, and certainly when you apply for one of the EQIP grants with Natural Resource Conservation Service, there's someone to help you get through the grant process, which I think is really critical if you really want this to be effective. That's the goal of this, is to spend the money. Then you have to have some assistance in filling out the applications and making sure that people qualify and not let people kind of bumble along. They really need to have focused help, and that could be as like when we did a program called the Go Organic program, which was sponsored by the State Water Resources Control Board. We had seminars in person where we sat down with people and helped them with their application to become certified as organic farmers. And so we'd get 15 or 20 people in a room and spend 2 or 3 hours. And, that was one of the most effective ways of getting people organically certified in Northern California. So we see something like that being worth the effort if you want this program to be successful, because it is kind of complicated and sophisticated. So, if you want to be successful, help, and make sure that there's people there to give some assistance.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to Supervisor Williams' idea about the income qualifications. I think Supervisor Hashak had asked that we got an update in September, which will basically give us the 60 days. If we have 14 or so applicants right now, hopefully this income thing will help clear them up so that they're able to move forward. And I would like to give people that have a lower income a little bit more time to try to get their applications in now, before we open it up to the broader community.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. So I'm just, I have a process question. So I had a motion, and was that seconded by Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Okay. And so I agree with what Supervisor Mulhern just said. And I think that that was the reason that I wanted it brought back in September to reevaluate and see where we are with this, giving out the funds. So I call the question.
Okay. We have the question called. Can we have roll call?
Yeah, this is Alice Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I do want to verify the motion just because there was some back and forth. So I'm going to read it back, and if it's okay with the mover and the seconder, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Direct staff to amend the County of Mendocino Cannabis Equity Program, increasing the income threshold associated with the grant program's eligibility criteria to the moderate income level. Work with the contracted grant administrator to simplify the grant applications and increase the amount of grant funding available through the direct grant program to $50,000, and direct the cannabis program to report back in September.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
No.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, we have next is item 5C, which is Assistant CEO budget report.
Hi, good morning, Chair Jordy, supervisors. I'm going to do a brief report. Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I'm going to do a brief budget report and speak a little bit about the trailer bills that are coming through at this time. So the auditor's office and the county departments continue to work towards finalizing accounting to close fiscal year 2021. Members of the executive office, including the fiscal team, are continuing the process of preparing the County of Mendocino's fiscal year 21-22 budget book for publication in September. Moving forward, the fiscal team will be holding up to 2 trainings per month, starting in August. 1 training each month will be focused on the contract management, with the second training focused on budgeting best practices. In the initial training for contract management, basic rules will be included along with policy and the functionality of Cobblestone, the county's contracting software. At the end of each training, the attendees will be polled to determine the areas of focus for the next sessions. One sessions will include working with the central services personnel, as there is a need to educate the relationship between the purchasing policy policies and contracts that are submitted for approval. These trainings will be recorded for repeat viewing if needed as new employees join the county team for contracts and fiscal management. Under reimagining the county budget, the fiscal team has begun the process with probation and juvenile hall, as Chief Locatelli and his team have displayed the best understanding of their department's core mandated services and their enhanced services funds from state and feds. These one-on-one meetings require time and commitment on both department side as well as the fiscal team to understand all the complexities of the fundings and budget requirements. The fiscal team looks forward to the future sessions with all the other departments. For a brief update on the state trailer bills, there's a large amount of funding for homelessness. Some of that will hit us in round 3 and 4 for the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, HAP. Grants will be established to assist cities and counties to ensure safety and wellness of people experiencing homelessness in encampments. And the other large item is additional funding through Project Home Key will be available for additional acquisitions, rehabilitations, conversions of hotels, motels, commercial properties, and other non-housing properties for non-congregate housing of homeless individuals in a manner similar to the previous year's program. Under drought relief, provides some guidelines for the declaration of a drought scenario and enhances temporary flexibilities until January 1 of 2024. Eligible interim relief covers projects such as hauled water, temporary community water tanks, bottled water, emergency water, new wells, and other projects that provide immediate drought response and fish and wildlife protection. Funds will go to the state agencies to make these grants and/or direct payments. I do have to admit, this morning I was on a call with our water expert, Josh Metz, LACO, and the State Water Board. The guidelines are very strict, and it's going to be a complicated effort to braid all the funding streams together to meet this drought requirement. Under broadband, $6 million has been allocated for broadband deployment and establishes an office of broadband and digital literacy at the California Department of Technology. Rural counties are being allocated $1 billion for the last mile projects in rural counties, with $5 million provided as the base funding for each county. Additional funding will be allocated proportionately to the share of California households throughout access to 1 megabits per second download speed. There's going to be some funding for health services and the integration of a framework to exchange health information between government agencies and healthcare providers. A $4.4 billion infrastructure spending on children and youth with behavioral health initiatives, and under public defense, a pilot program to help address the criminal indigent defense workload at a local level has been provided $50 million for the first 3 years. Those are the items that we're following right now. We do realize it's going to take these agencies time to get the structures in place to release the funds. Again, on the call this morning about drought, they were talking 6 months to 24 months. Makes us a little bit nervous, but those are some of the items that we're following for you at this time. Thank you.
Darcy, on the drought, you mentioned the fact that when the county has emergencies that we activate, even at a low level, the Emergency Operations Center, and I think you've said that something like 8 counties in California have done so specifically for the drought. Do you think if we were to do something like that, that we would kind of push the state to release some drought funds perhaps a little faster?
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Yes, in reviewing the Cal OES report that comes out every morning to us, There are 8 counties that already have activated an EOC at a low level for the drought specifically. I think the more that we work together as counties and push the state to open up the CDAA funds, which is California Disaster Assistance Act, which could help provide 75% of eligible costs, we could get some funding a little sooner than waiting for this recent round of drought. So yes, I would encourage that if it's an option we have, yes.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking at the county council. Does staff have the authority to do that, or do they need direction from the board to do so?
I believe that the emergency services director may have existing authority to go ahead and do that. I don't know that there needs to be board direction. I would be a little bit concerned about board direction on that since it's not quite what's agendized.
Okay, all right, thanks. And just also another follow-up on drought funding. Supervisor Williams and I are members of the 8-county North Coast Research Partnership, actually North Coast Resource Leadership Council, it is now renamed. And you were physically present at the meeting up in Eureka, Darcy. You know, we certainly learned of future funds that will be available, but I think they're mostly geared towards more infrastructure projects that won't be in place really for this summer for the most part. But I appreciate the fact that you were there and that we're going to continue to follow up on those funds as they become available. Do we have any other questions or comments on the budget update? Supervisor McGordy?
I just want everyone to know what a desperate situation the coast is getting into, because essentially Fort Bragg is not selling water anymore to the town of Mendocino. So we've reached a very scary point where the price of water, what is available, is probably doubled, and we need to move quickly to avert kind of a major disaster in terms of what water requirements might be, even if we manage to get water moved from Willits to Fort Bragg via the skunk train. Then there would be limitations about who the water can be sold to. So we really need full court press on this in terms of trying to solve this problem. And Darcy, can you elaborate any more on what you heard this morning?
Yes, through the chair, Supervisor McGordy. So this morning was with the State Water Board, and we were discussing about drinking water and possibility of the county being a fiscal agent for the funding. And I don't have the document in front of me of being able to apply to help get some infrastructure and drinking water to the coast. Again, this is a big infrastructure, resource heavy projects because it is for drinking water and monitoring that. And again, this is such a new field for us and my fiscal team that we are going to have an additional meeting tomorrow with Josh and with LACO to see what we can do to do a regional grant. But again, these funds are 6 months to 2 years out.
So just so everybody understands, there's multiple complications. You have to move water, but you also have to meet state water quality standards for human consumption. So even if you have, like say in the town of Mendocino, a water source that is presently being used by the school system, it doesn't necessarily meet the qualifications for human consumption based on state law. So these are some of the things that are going to make this really dicey trying to get some assistance. And we have to get focused on this immediately. There's no wiggle room here, because essentially the town of Mendocino is running out of water, and okay, you could say, oh, so what? This is the town of Mendocino, but the problem is that a lot of people who work in the town of Mendocino come from Fort Bragg. So the last thing we need is closure of businesses and all the crazy disruption that results from that. So we really want to work on this collectively to find some solutions.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, yes, that was discussed this morning, that certain water sources, particularly private wells, may not be tested as frequently and have the highest level of good water in them. So we wouldn't be able to access private wells, but as such, the Mendocino School, they do have testing requirements on that, as it is, a public facility. So that was one of the things we discussed. We've also discussed porta potties, which would not come from this particular grant. It would have to come from a different grant, as we are hearing some of the restrooms in Fort Bragg are being shut down for public use.
Darcy, I think actually we are hearing more reports of the restrooms in the town of Mendocino being shut down because they're the ones on well water. Any other questions or comments on the Assistant CEO's financial and budget report? Okay. Do we have any public comments in this item?
No, there are none.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the update and for your work on this. I guess that takes us to, do we have any supervisor reports this week? Supervisor Moore?
Thank you. I am planning a meeting for discussion with cottage cannabis cultivators on August 5th. And this is an item that I was assigned by the board to look at if there's a path forward for licensure for very small cottage cultivators. So I just wanted to let everybody know that that date is on my Facebook page and will be on my website tonight.
Okay, well, thanks. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, just kind of continuation a little bit on the drought ad hoc task force committee and about the seriousness of dealing with water shortages on the coast, and the fact that the state's going to make money available, but on the short term, we have some real urgencies and needs, and we may have to look at the county funding some of them just to be nimble enough to respond. And I just want to bring that up because I'm really concerned. I see this as a full-blown emergency.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, can we get clarification on, are you talking county general fund? And do we need to schedule an item for discussing where we might make cuts to free up funds? I don't disagree with you. I'm just wondering how we go about moving forward.
I'm not sure. This is something we'd have to consult with the with Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, and first of all, get a sense of how much money we're looking at to make water available, and possibly use county money as bridge funding to get things started, and then hopefully receive some relief from the state. So Josh and I are going to have a discussion tomorrow with Assemblyman Wood about it, and Supervisor Hasjak's welcome to join too if he has time at 9 o'clock. So this is something that is fast and evolving, and we have to have discussions.
Okay, well, we do have a number of closed session items. We have some items scheduled for this afternoon, so I think we're going to take a break, and then we'll go into closed session for our closed session item. Go ahead.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we do have all parties present for the planning appeal if you're ready to take that.
Oh, okay, wasn't aware of that. Well, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:25.
Mr. Chair, if I could also just let the board know, the Sheriff's Office uploaded an additional document to item 5E. I want to make sure that the board members have a chance to read that.
All right, well, thanks. Okay, well, we'll take a 10-minute break, come back for an item that I think originally was intended for the afternoon, but we can have it, take it up now, which is item 5D, which is the notice of public hearing. And we'll take that up when we come back in an open session. resume our open session and our agenda item. I do want to go back. I overlooked the fact that on the consent calendar, we had a proclamation recognizing this week, July 18th through 24th, as Probation Services Week in Mendocino County. And I'd like to ask Supervisor Hashak to read the proclamation. We overlooked this when we were going through the consent calendar this morning.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. With great pride, I'd like to read this and really appreciate the men and women working in probation. So, the proclamation of the board, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, recognizing July 18th through the 24th, 2021 as Probation Services Week in Mendocino County. Whereas probation supervision is an essential service for Mendocino County and the criminal justice system, and whereas probation staff uphold the law with dignity while recognizing the right of the public to be safe, guarded from criminal activity, and whereas probation staff are responsible for conducting investigations and completing disposition reports, receiving and completing initial reviews of all juvenile crimes for appropriate disposition recommendation, diverting nearly 300 youth from the juvenile justice system annually, and on a daily basis supervising approximately 700 adult offenders and over 50 youth on probation, in placement, or on community detention and in the juvenile institution. And whereas probation staff are firm, consistent, focused on rehabilitation as they hold adult offenders and delinquent youth responsible for their actions, provide opportunity for positive behavioral changes, and enforce accountability with suitable incentives and sanctions. And whereas probation staff protect the public safety via proactive interventions, they are trained professionals who provide supervision and treatment resources to protect and help people, families, and communities address the problems that drive crime. And whereas probation staff work in partnership with justice system stakeholders, law enforcement, and community agencies toward a shared vision of a safer community, and whereas probation staff respect victims' rights and work to provide services and protection for victims, and whereas probation staff advocate for the restoration of communities harmed by crime and delinquent behavior, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims the week of July 18th through the 24th, 2021 as Probation Services Week, dated July 19th, 2021, and signed by Chair Jurdy. Okay.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Sponsored that proclamation, and I do see that Probation Chief Eisen Locatelli is on. Do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. Chair Jurdy, thank you. And I'd like to thank the board for the proclamation recognizing this week as Probation Services Week. We are firm, consistent, and focused on rehabilitation. And as my colleague in Kern County says, we provide accountability and opportunity. The accountability being immediate public safety and opportunity being long-term public safety. Although probation is not often the marquee player in public safety, we are the bridge between traditional law enforcement and social services. We have a footing in both and bridge that gap between the two. For my staff watching, I want to thank you for your dedication and your commitment to the county and public safety. And again, I just want to thank the board for this recognition.
Well, thank you, Eisen, and I think you probably deserve recognition for being, someone who's always interested in new ideas, innovations, and so I'd like to share that recognition with you. Any other comments on the proclamation, Supervisor Hashak?
Chair Jurdy, yeah, I'd just like to thank Chief Locatelli and all the staff in probation for the work they do day in and day out to, provide that opportunity and accountability. I think it's so important, and I really appreciate their approach to innovative ideas too. So I very much appreciated all of you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Next on our agenda is going to be item 5D, which is a notice public hearing. It's discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the coastal permit administrator for approval of a boundary line adjustment located near Cleone. It's to align parcel boundaries with the coastal zone boundary and remove split designations. Parcel A would increase from 10.85 acres to 11.35, and parcel B would decrease from 10.85 to 10.35, located again on Nameless Lane near Cleone, north of Fort Bragg. And so for this item, I'm going to look to the clerk of the board. Has proper notice been established for this public hearing?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. And let's see. I think all of us have read numerous correspondence which has come to us from members of the public. Is there any additional correspondence the clerk would like to note?
All correspondence and telephone calls have been recorded.
Okay, all right. Well, then we're going to go to a staff report, which will cover a brief summary and then proceed from there.
Okay, good morning, supervisors. Mark Kleiser, Planner 2, planner for this project. Boundary line adjustment B 2017-0003 is located approximately 4 miles north of the city of Fort Bragg and approximately 700 feet east of the intersection of State Route 1 and Nameless Lane near the town of Cleone. The application for boundary line adjustment B 2017-0043 was submitted to Planning and Building on June 30th, 2017 in conjunction with the application for subdivision S 2017-0003. The intent was to process both projects simultaneously. However, due to the complicated nature of the subdivision, the applicant chose to separate the projects and bring the boundary line adjustment to hearing first. The boundary line adjustment was heard at the April 8th, 2021 Coastal Permit Administrator meeting. At that time, staff submitted a memorandum to the Coastal Permit Administrator with revised findings, clarifying the project is only for a lot line adjustment and does not include or involve any development. Staff noted public comments received were more focused on a subdivision or potential development and noted that these concerns would be addressed at any future subdivision or subsequent development proposals. Boundary line adjustment was approved at the April 8th CPA meeting with 2 added conditions. Condition 9 stated the applicant shall address all code violations prior to new deeds being recorded, and Condition 10 addressed existing septic tanks on lot shall be brought into compliance. Mr. Morrow, on behalf of Dr. Shiva, is appealing the decision by the Coastal Permit Administrator to approve boundary line adjustment B 2017-0043. The project, as proposed, would adjust the boundary between parcels 069-32002, the majority of which is located in the coastal zone, and parcel number 069-32001, the majority of which is located inland. The boundary line adjustment will remove multiple zoning designations from both lots, placing the entirety of each in either the coastal zone or inland, allowing each lot to be subject to only one division of the county zoning code. The basis for Mr. Morrow's appeal is that the boundary line adjustment would result in the creation of additional parcels. The central point being that due to the existence of separate deeds of trust on each property, the boundary line adjustment will create 2 additional parcels. Per Mr. Morrow, the boundary line adjustment would alter the deeds and create a conflict between the property descriptions in the 2 deeds of trust and the new parcel configurations following the boundary line adjustment. Staff does not feel that Mr. Morrow's appeal is a necessary conclusion, as the applicant can modify the deeds of trust and obtain a reconveyance and/or modified deed of trust from the deed holders to reflect the updated boundaries. And I'd like to take a moment right now to show you what I am talking about. So here we have lot A, and this is the lot that is inland, and lot B over here is the lot that's in the coastal zone. The boundary line adjustment runs north to south, and the coastal boundary line is here in red. This portion of lot A is in the coastal zone, and this portion of lot B is inland. When the boundary line adjustment is matched with the coastal zone, it will leave this portion of lot B and this portion of lot A in separate deeds. So Mr. Morrow is stating that these two lots, because they will be in separate deeds and the descriptions will be different, will create two new parcels. Staff is suggesting that a condition of approval could be added, which would state that prior to finalizing the boundary line adjustment, the applicant shall submit to Planning and Building Services reconveyance letters and or modified deeds of trust from deed holders to reflect these updated boundaries. Now, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions for staff from supervisors? Supervisor McGordy?
So what is the discussion about additional parcels? So is it because the parcels, when they're modified, represent two new parcels, or I'm not following?
Currently, the parcels, there are two deeds. Each parcel has its own deed. When the boundary line adjustment is completed, the configuration of the parcels will be different and will not match those of the deeds. And Mr. Morrow is stating that the remainder parcels that are the remainders that were in the coastal zone and inland will then constitute two new small parcels.
So just on that, if say that the property owner, when they go to record these revised deeds, does not match the title in the property that portion is being transferred into, it could essentially create a separate deed of trust that could then have the effect of creating a new parcel. It would be considered a subdivision violation, but this could be easily addressed by ensuring that the titles are transferred exactly identical to the parcel that is receiving it. And also making sure that any lien holder or any lender on those sites is in support of that.
So that's something that could be done relatively easy by the applicant, and
yes. Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. So that's something that the board can stipulate as part of approval of this process, so that we don't have the subdivision. At the end of the process, we will have two parcels. We will have two deeds that reflect those new parcels.
Correct.
That's the goal of this.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no more questions at this time, we'll then go to two different presentations for 20 minutes max each. First will be from, from the applicant for 20 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Colin Morrow, and I'm here for the appellant, who is William Shiva. And Mr. Shiva lives on a quiet private road called Nameless Lane in Cleone. And Mr. Swithenbank is seeking to reconfigure some parcels to avoid having to get a coastal development permit in developing a subdivision on this rather quiet road. I'm hearing essentially from Planning and Building Services that there was a concession that the Coastal Zone Administrator did violate the Subdivision Map Act when it approved the boundary line adjustment as it did. I think the law is very clear on that. It's clearly a situation where you're going from 2 tracts of land to 4 tracts of land under different configurations of ownership and deed of trust. If you're not familiar with the concept of deed of trust, it's essentially the document that's recorded with your deed that pledges the real property as security for your mortgage. It's not something that a property owner can unilaterally amend. They'd have to have an agreement with their lender, whoever owns that security, essentially. I have reviewed Planning and Building's proposal to amend the approval. I still think that runs into a problem because you're still changing around partial configurations of ownership and security pledges. But even if it didn't, for the sake of argument, I think it's important that the board look at its section 20.544.015 of the Mendocino County Code. And that spells out the terms under which the Board of Supervisors may affirm, remand, reverse, or modify any decision of the coastal zone administrator. And it specifically says that any affirmance, reversal, modification must meet the requirements of the coastal element of the general plan, and the Board of Supervisors must adopt findings which specify the facts relied on in deciding that appeal. I think implicit in that is that the Board of Supervisors needs to find the project consistent with the coastal element of the zoning plan. Here, I don't think that can happen. If you review the coastal element of the general plan, which serves essentially as a constitution for development and how land use occurs, it makes clear that this area of Cleone is what's called a rural coastal village, and that the rural character and atmosphere and visual quality of that environment needs to be preserved. And the principal permitted use for parcels in the rural coastal villages such as Cleone is one dwelling unit per an existing parcel and associated utilities, light agriculture. That's it. This isn't just a boundary line adjustment happening in a vacuum. It's not two neighbors realigning their boundary with where their fence has been or something. This is part of a much larger subdivision development program. Ultimately, Mr. Swithenbank and WM Partners LLC are trying to create a large number of houses here. This is going to have a significant impact on the development. It's going to be contrary to the general plan, and it's also going to implicate CEQA. If the Board of Supervisors were to make the amendment that Planning and Building is suggesting, they would be also making a discretionary evaluation of what the general plan says, how this project fits into the general plan, and that's going to have significant impacts on the environment. And at that point, a CEQA analysis is going to be necessary as well. So this isn't something where the Board of Supervisors can just jump in and add a few words and call it done. There are significant environmental concerns on this property. It's connected to the Inglenook Fen. There's a wetland on the property. That wetland is hydrologically connected to the Inglenook Fen, which is a very unique environment. There's also hazardous waste on the property. There's stories of cars having been buried on the property and the hydrocarbon and heavy metal contamination that might be associated with that. There's soils that are associated with Bishop Pine Forest, and Bishop Pines have been observed on the property. Put simply, this isn't a simple little changing a few words and calling it a day. If the Board of Supervisors is going to move forward with the project, they need to undertake all those findings of fact, and I simply think that's not possible. And I think with that, I'd be happy to take questions and perhaps reserve a little bit of my time for reply.
Mr. Morrow, the way our board meetings are structured, our public hearings are structured, we do have the 20 minutes. And certainly we could take this time to ask questions, but you do have 20 minutes, and then there'll be 5 minutes at the end for a closing statement. So I just want to make sure you're aware of the structure that we have.
All right, thank you.
But if you wish to take questions at this time, for clarification, we're going to go to County Council. We have a 20-minute time for the appellant. Is there also 20 minutes for the applicant following this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that is our structure.
Okay. So do we have any questions of Mr. Morrow at this time? Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Mr. Morrow, I guess we're talking about this process right before us, and yet you're referring to the subdivision process in the future and CEQA and everything. If we approve this process right before us, we would still have, or the applicants, whoever, would have to go through the CEQA process on their own and seek approval on that as a separate process. Is that correct?
There would be an additional CEQA evaluation later perhaps, but it's also a core principle of CEQA that you have to evaluate the entire project as a whole. Sometimes they call it piecemealing or slicing the salami too thin. You can't break up a project into many different steps so that it doesn't have an aggregate environmental impact. And there's going to be a very big environmental impact here because you're taking the subdivision review out of the coastal permit development process. You're not allowed to break up CEQA analysis. You have to look at the project as a whole at the outset.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
What is the whole project? And I recognize the applicant may have more detail, but I guess I'd like to hear from both perspectives. What does the whole project entail?
The whole project is a large subdivision that would be constructed on this fairly quiet private road. Right now, I think it's about maybe it's a 10 or 12 foot wide, chip seal road that's privately maintained. And I believe they're talking about putting perhaps 10 or 11 new residential units onto one of the parcels, and then potentially developing the second parcel at some later stage.
Any other questions for Mr. Morrow? Okay. So Mr. Morrow, you'll have 5 minutes later in the hearing.
Thank you. I'll see the rest of my time then.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to hear from the applicant.
Good morning, Supervisors. Doug Losak on behalf of the applicants for the boundary line adjustment. Mr. Morrow is trying to bring into the issue here before the board the possible future subdivision. The thing that's before the board right now is just a boundary line adjustment. That's it. He's also been in contact with his bank and received letters from both of them, which I believe was sent to the clerk, and they were sent to the clerk of the board, where the holders of the deed of trust have agreed to work with him to make whatever changes are necessary so that the deeds of trust will match the new configuration of each of the lots. So there's not going to be 4 lots. They aren't creating any more lots. You have 2 lots now. You're going to have 2 lots when the whole process is over, including based on the deed of trust. The applicants here are not trying to get around anything. They're just taking one step at a time. That the subdivision may or may not happen, may or may not go through, but that's really not the issue before the board right now. The only issue is, does the boundary line adjustment meet the requirements of both the county code and state law? And with the agreement from the deed of trust, the holders of the deed of trust, they're going to. The board can put a provision in their approval or of the boundary line adjustment saying that the deeds of trust have to match the new boundary lines. And my clients are more than willing to do that. So I don't want to get into the issue of a possible future subdivision. If a subdivision is ever sought by my clients, they have to go through the whole process. They have to go through the process for the parcel that's in the coastal zone and then the parcel that's not. They have to get all the, if CEQA is required, then they have to go through it in that process. But here, it's just a simple boundary line adjustment. And what it's actually doing is cleaning up the zoning so that there aren't split zonings on both properties. Both of them will be in only one zone. And, that's the bottom line here. Does any member have any questions for me?
Any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any.
Oh, sure.
Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I wonder if Mr. Lozak could inform us as to whether the 10 or 11 units are part of this long-term plan. Is this the first step in a subdivision and significant development?
Supervisor Williams, there's no idea of what's going to happen in the future. And so this is just a first step in clearing up the zoning of it.
I'm sorry, first step meaning there are more steps anticipated. What are those other steps?
If they want to, the property owners decide that they want to subdivide, then they have to go through the whole process with planning, with the Coastal Commission, with everybody else that's involved in it, get all the necessary things done, CEQA if they're required, and all of that. But again, that's not the issue here. The issue before the board is the boundary line adjustment. It is taken all by itself.
I understand, but I'd still like to ask, to your knowledge, are there additional planned elements beyond adjusting the boundary line?
It's possible. That's where the world will be moving.
So I guess my concern is that CEQA forbids piecemeal review, and we may find that environmental considerations are submerged by chopping this project into small incremental steps, and we should be evaluating the cumulative impact. And so if this is a subdivision project with 10 or 11 units, I'd rather know that now. And it may not shift my thinking about the boundary line adjustment, but I'd like to understand the full impact of the project. And when I hear this is the first step, it makes me wonder what are the other steps?
Okay. The only issue here before the board to decide on is, does the boundary line adjustment request meet the requirements of state and county law? And it does, especially once the deeds of trust match the new boundary lines. As far as the next step, it's not piecemeal. CEQA was not required for boundary line adjustment. It's not doing anything piecemeal. It's simply cleaning up the fact that both lots are split zones, and he's changing those. The property owners are changing that. If they do end up going forward with a proposed subdivision, then all of the processes have to be followed and will be followed.
Any other questions? Okay. So at the conclusion of near the conclusion of the public hearing, there'll be 5-minute concluding remarks from the applicant as well. So at this time, I'd like to look to the clerk of the board to ensure that we've have we actually opened the public hearing at this point, or we are about to open the public hearing?
I believe we've opened it.
Okay, right. So at this time, do we have any members of the public who wish to address this hearing item?
No, we do not. And any written correspondence has been uploaded to the item.
Okay. I do see a hand raised in the Zoom meeting from Mr. Bill Sheep.
Yeah, it's Dr. Shiva. Can you hear me? Yeah, in regards to the discussion that just recently occurred within the last 5 or 10 minutes, it might be germane to note that the subdivision and boundary line adjustment applications were both turned in at the same time at the initial start of all this process. So when there was a case B2017-0043, there was an application for the subdivision at the same time that was put in with the boundary line adjustment. So the two have been connected right from the start. I hope that that's germane. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just stating that in regards to what Mr. Swithenbank's lawyer said when they're saying, if there's a subdivision, if they move forward on the subdivision, I'm just commenting that the subdivision application and the boundary line adjustment have been connected right from the start. They were both submitted at the same time. I.e., if CEQA doesn't like piecemealing, this would be piecemealing.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this hearing item?
No, we do not.
Okay, well then let's go back to the appellant and the applicant for their 5-minute closing comments.
Thank you again, Chair Gertie. First, the applicant is being cagey about what's going on with the property. There is a subdivision application on file. It's a major subdivision with case number S 2017-0003. It's a major subdivision to create 11 residential parcels on this quiet private lane. That said, the law is clear here. Under the Mendocino County Code, if you are going to approve or modify this approval, or the approval of the coastal zoning administrator, you must make findings that the project is consistent with the general plan. Those are discretionary findings. I don't think that they can be made here, but even if they could be made here, because they're discretionary findings, that implicates CEQA, and CEQA is clear that when you're evaluating a project and you're making an environmental determination, that an accurate, stable, and finite project is what needs to be analyzed. You need to look at everything in context. You can't just look at the boundary line as some sort of exempt project. And even if you were, there's exceptions to the CEQA exemptions, and those apply here. As I mentioned, location. The Inglenook Fen is hydrologically connected to these properties. Hazardous materials. Cars have been buried on this property. There's hydrocarbons in the soil. And cumulative impacts as well. If you're adding 11 new units to a small residential lane, that's going to have cumulative impacts. Accordingly, I would respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors reverse the decision of the coastal zoning administrator and deny the boundary line adjustment. Thank you.
Are there concluding remarks from Mr. Losak?
Yes, I mean, the planning department has been involved with this property and this process for a number of years. The subdivision application was submitted, but it did not move forward at this point, simply because the property owners wanted to do the boundary line adjustment. And yes, there are proposed 11 lots or parcels, but again, that's really not what this appeal is about. The appeal was based on the granting of a boundary line adjustment, and the reason for the appeal stated in both the appeal letter and the memo from the planning department is that it's creating additional parcels. And the solution to that, which the holders of the deed have agreed to, is they will make sure that the deeds of trust match the boundary lines once they're adjusted. You know, we're requesting that the board focus its attention on the boundary line adjustment. If the subdivision request proceeds, the board and many other entities will be able to have more than sufficient time to analyze the proposal, look at all the effects on the environment and everything else. But that's not what this appeal is about. This appeal is just about the boundary line adjustment. And is it proper and has it been done? And the boundary line adjustment does comply with the county's general plan, as pointed out in the memo from the planning department. So the board can make those findings, and we request that you do.
Okay, that concludes the comments from both the applicant and the appellant and public comments. I would like to ask a few questions of county staff at this time. I think it's in the fourth paragraph of the staff memo. It says the sole basis for the appeal pursuant to Mr. Morrow's letter dated April 16th, 2021 is that the boundary line adjustment result in the creation of additional lots or parcels. And I think through the hearing, staff's clarified that that issue is resolved, but I'm also hearing in today's hearing, Mr. Morrow raise other issues saying that this is potentially piecemealing and triggering greater CEQA analysis. And so I guess what I'm looking to staff is what's their response to that issue, whether or not it was raised in Mr. Morrow's letter of April 16th. He's certainly raising it today. So what is staff's response to that?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I will note, as does Mr. Losak, that Mr. Morrow's appeal specifically only addressed the parcel issue and did not bring up piecemealing. I think it's actually not proper for it to be part of this discussion or raised by him today. That being said, the department's position is, at this point in time, this application is a boundary line adjustment between two parcels to make it conform to the coastal zone boundary. It is exempt under CEQA, and any further subdivisions in the future are up to whatever those applications come back in the future, and I'll let staff have any further discussion on that point.
Yes, thank you. So, there's two different aspects here too that I think are important to note. So, there was that the boundary line adjustment and subdivision were filed together. However, a subdivision could still go forward regardless of if the boundary line adjustment is processed. What would be affected is the number of parcels that could be requested. But that still does not mean that the applicant could not file for a subdivision on that particular site. And this actual boundary line adjustment is supported by several policies within the county's coastal element, and also makes good planning sense in terms of removing split designations between these parcels by aligning the parcel boundaries with the coastal zone boundary. Section 20.304.045D says that the coastal zone boundary is treated as a de facto parcel line for the purposes of determining setbacks, lot cover, and other development regulations. So, absent aligning this boundary, it actually causes a hindrance for future development of either parcel that is subject to this boundary line adjustment. I think that's a good point for the board to be aware of. And I'm not sure, Mark, is there anything additional you want to add?
I just wanted to add, Mark Kleiser, Planner 2. After speaking with the Coastal Commission, I was informed that if the boundary line adjustment did not happen, the Coastal Commission would only have purview over the section of that parcel that is in the coastal zone.
And we're happy to answer any other questions of the board.
Julia, yeah, follow up. Occasionally I've seen this where a parcel has more than one zoning designation to it. In this case, it's part of a parcel is in the coastal zone, part of it's out. But I remember in the town of Mendocino, there was a residence next door to a commercial property, and part of the parcel was in a commercial zoning district, and part of it was zoned residential. And in updating the town plan of Mendocino, we kind of consolidated that so it had a single zoning to the parcel. Is this something that occasionally the planning department sees, where a parcel has two different zoning designations, or in this case, part of the parcels in the coastal zone, part of the parcels out? And what's the standard, kind of position of the planning department as to whether or not to make those adjustments or keep them as they are?
Thank you for that question. And yes, we do see this actually rather commonly. You know, when the coastal zone boundary was established, it did not necessarily follow parcel boundaries. So you actually see a lot of parcels that are split by the coastal zone boundary, and the regulations of each division apply on the particular portions either located in the inland area of the county or in the coastal zone area of the county. Our office is generally extremely supportive of making these types of adjustments. It makes good planning sense to have a site subject to only one division of regulations. And then in addition, it also makes it so that we see less sort of enforcement challenges where applicants may not be aware of the requirements of what may be applicable to different sections of their property. So we have generally supported any sort of boundary line adjustment that aligns with the coastal zone boundary and also aligns along zoning district boundaries. We even see, you know, beyond just coastal zone boundary, zoning district boundaries, it is a good planning principle to align those so that way you don't have these split designations and some conflicting sort of parcel size requirements or maybe even allowable uses. So this is something that is very supported by the planning department and is something that we have supported in other applications as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for planning staff, are there any discretionary permits being concurrently processed with the boundary line adjustment?
So in the coastal zone, a boundary line adjustment is a form of development. So there is a coastal development. This is considered a coastal development boundary line adjustment. So it does have a discretionary component. Boundary line adjustments, however, there is a categorical exemption that can be applied to lot line adjustments. And that is what staff believes is appropriate for this site, as this boundary line adjustment is not proposing any additional development associated with it and is aligning the parcel boundaries. It really is a minor adjustment in the grand scheme of thinking about boundary line adjustments.
Understood, but there aren't any other discretionary permits pending for these parcels?
There is that subdivision application that was noted by the appellant that is pending on the site. However, that is right now held up, I believe. Yes. I think they're preparing additional analysis at this time.
So also for planning, I mean, my understanding is the boundary line adjustment is categorically exempt from CEQA, where it's not part of a larger project. What do we do with the fact that there's an existing discretionary permit pending running concurrent with the boundary line adjustment? How do you argue that that isn't one and the same larger project under CEQA?
Sure. So the boundary line adjustment, and this is, you know, back to conversations with the applicant, I think before they even submitted these applications, the boundary line adjustment would be pursued regardless of whether or not there'd be a subdivision for these lots. So the subdivision is really something that could be requested as it is right now. That was even a discussion point we had prior to submittal of the applications, was whether or not to file a subdivision application for the parcels as currently configured. Or they could also have chosen to go through and do a boundary line adjustment. So, you know, in terms of piecemeal, staff does not believe this is a piecemeal analysis pursuant to CEQA, and that subdivision will go through the full environmental review processes. We have yet to determine what type of CEQA document will be prepared on that until we have the full analysis in front of us.
Thank you. And I guess the same question for council. Given that there is a discretionary permit pending concurrent with the boundary line adjustment, are we to treat the boundary line adjustment as categorically exempt from CEQA, or is it part of a project?
If I may respond through the chair, you know, I want to indicate that, you know, this is not something we had spent a lot of time on because we'd understood that this issue was not being raised at this time, and there was a belief based on the analysis by planning and building and by my office that essentially we were looking at discrete projects. If the board wants more information on this, and quite frankly, it may be worthwhile just to go ahead and supplement the record and continue this hearing to allow council to provide more analysis and a little bit more of a discussion as to sort of where exactly the line is between you know, one project and a separate discrete project. You know, what I'm hearing from PBS is that essentially there are strong policy reasons why the boundary line adjustment would be of interest, completely independent of whether or not there would be additional development proposed after that. That being said, we might be able to go ahead and provide you a bit more detailed analysis. I don't know, since we were a little bit caught off guard by this argument being raised today, I don't know that we have a full detailed analysis. We may be able to, if the board would like, we could continue this and come back with a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'd like to look to District 4 Supervisor for a recommendation, but I feel like this is a technical issue of whether the categorical exemption is appropriate based on pending discretionary permits, and I see some ambiguity there. I don't feel like I could make a solid decision without more input from council.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Williams. I think this issue seems to be the crux of what, in my mind, is a little bit unresolved at this point. And so I think continuance would make sense. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, yeah, those questions are good ones. I guess if you look at it like the big picture, the subdivision could take place regardless of this boundary line adjustment. Whether it's 9 plots or 10 plots, I think that's what we're dealing with, isn't it? So if the boundary line adjustment didn't go through, they'd still have to deal with 9 parcels instead of 10. Isn't that what it boils down to?
We could direct that question to planning and building. I think their answer might be that the maximum number of parcels that could be approved would be 9, 10 parcels. The zoning allows for as little as 1 acre a parcel, but the zoning does not guarantee parcels would be as small as 1 acre. But I'd look to planning and building to answer the question.
Yes, so that's exactly correct. The boundary line adjustment would allow for potentially additional parcels if a subdivision is fully pursued, could allow for additional parcels to be requested, but it is still, any subdivision application is dependent upon demonstrating the site can support that amount of development and that number of parcels. And that has yet to be fully determined in regards to the subdivision application that's on file with our office.
Right. So the question is whether we need to take the future potential plan into consideration or not.
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Hashak. Look to County Council. If they were to bring back further analysis on this kind of, maybe we might call it one outstanding question that maybe is unresolved in the minds of some of us on the board, when would County Council believe that they could bring this back?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't want to take too long. We could probably do this by the time of the next board meeting, but I don't know if there's space on that one. That's probably booked up already. I'm getting a lot of head shaking here, the clerk of the board staff. So I think if you give us just a moment, we could find what the next available meeting is, and then I believe that would be sufficient time for us to bring it back.
And for planning staff, we can certainly be available when it would be, available to fit on an agenda for the board. However, we would need some time in order to be able to prepare a packet. So we may not be ready for a hearing at the next available agenda, which would be, I believe it's August 3rd, but possibly a later agenda.
And I'll look to County Council. I believe we've concluded the public hearing, so it would just be a continuation of this item with supplemental information from County Council.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that you announced that you closed the public hearing. I would suggest doing that, or at least if you did, I hadn't quite heard it.
That's a good point. We've still been on questions from supervisors. So I guess we will close the public hearing at 11:16.
And then clerk staff are still looking for a date. It's pretty clear that the 3rd won't work, but they're looking through sort of forecasting now. Oh, Mr. Chair, it sounds like September 14th would be available.
Okay, right. So for clarification, we would simply be continuing this. We've closed the public hearing, but we would continue the matter to September 14th to receive the additional information from County Council.
Yes, I believe that's the contemplated action.
Okay. Would a member of the board like to make a motion?
I move we continue.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. We have roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, all right. Well, that's, I think, going to take us into closed session, and then we will have one item in the afternoon. So, looking at County Council, do we, I guess, announce the specific items for closed session, or just we're going to address all items 9A through 9C?
I believe that's sufficient, Mr. Chair. And I just note, I think we want to specify the time we come back, both for the benefit of the public and just out of respect for the sheriff's time, since that'll be his item as well.
Well, that we will be reporting out at, or we'll be back into open session at 1:30. And that's for item 5E. And I just also want to note that we've received correspondence on 9E from the sheriff, and so all of us on the board will have plenty of time to read his correspondence prior to open session at 1:30. Okay, right, we'll go into closed session. meeting in open session. And during the lunch break, we had 2 of the 3 agenda items, which was items 9B and 9C. Direction was given to staff. It turns out 9A was a placeholder. We didn't actually have an item there to discuss. And our last remaining item of today is item 5E, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of agreement with the law offices of Duncan James in the amount of $50,000 to provide the sheriff with legal assistance pursuant to Government Code Section 31,000.6, effective upon execution with no term end date. Sponsors the Sheriff Coroner's Office. And so it looks like we have Sheriff Matt Kendall here. And would you like to address the board about this?
Chair Dirty, members of the board, thank you. Get my notes here. Today I'm requesting to hire the law offices of Duncan James located in California. Due to the fact that County Council and I, Christian Curtis and I, agree that we have a conflict. County Council Curtis advised me he's opposed to the hiring of Duncan for several reasons, which he explained to me. Mostly he cited cases which his law firm had won. And from my point of view or my perspective, I'm not seeing a downside with that. I'm asking for these legal services to assist me in conflicts which have arisen with Mendocino County, directly related to Sheriff's Office IT, the infrastructure of it, including but not limited to the budget, and the potential litigations relating to the extent of any authority for the sheriff to have for spending county funds on non-emergency expenses beyond what was previously budgeted. Now, Mr. that allowing county council to pick a law firm to represent me while we're in conflict, it's kind of like allowing the 49ers to pick the quarterback of the other team all season long. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. It's my position that Duncan James's office has the most qualified attorneys to address the issues and the procedures for which there's legal conflict. Their fee schedule is within the range of fees, which is shown in the list of law firms that County Council Curtis provided to me. Both Duncan James and Doug Losak have prior experience as county counsel for Mendocino County, also in representing government. The county counsel's office was actually created at the request of Duncan James due to an ethical conflict of interest between his functions as a district attorney and his functions as county counsel. I saw no other law firm with the qualifications and experience in these matters. I don't wish to go outside of Mendocino County, especially when we have a qualified law firm here. I think the mileage and lodging would probably run up a bill that we wouldn't want to pay. I also think that I have the right, or should have the right, to hire someone that I have confidence and trust in. Now, I've known Duncan James and his family nearly my entire life. When I was a young boy in Covelo, I worked for his father-in-law, Mr. Levi Johansson. He had a ranch there in Covelo. Levi worked us really hard and he paid us well. I always considered him to be an honest man. I worked with Duncan's son, who was a deputy sheriff in Mendocino County, and then later in Sonoma County when he worked down there, and then eventually he retired. Anyway, I have confidence in this law firm, and I think that we should be looking at these things. I'm beginning to feel like, every time there's a discussion, I'm getting a little bit run over roughshod by the board. Discussions regarding holding me personally liable for overages in a budget which was structurally underfunded, well, that sounds a little more like extortion than government function to me. So clearly, I think I need a lawyer. This board called upon county counsel for clarification in these matters, but he's representing the board, and I haven't heard him represent my portion of it yet. And that's where a big portion of this is coming from, is that we are in conflict. Now, I work hard to avoid conflicts. I always have. But that being said, there's something I understand. I know them well. So far, we've just kind of been posturing on these items. I remember posturing when I was a young man. It's what we do when we want to avoid a little bit of a dust up behind the baseball diamond. But I also know that the sooner that we get this ironed out, the sooner we get back to playing ball. If we can't avoid the issues, let's not waste time. Let's get them ironed out. Posturing and wasting energy also causes hard feelings. We don't have the luxury of doing that. It's also taking me away from the work that I should be doing right now. I mean, I've been sitting here since 8:45 this morning, and I'm trying to get some things done on my computer, but I had other things that needed to be done today. Therefore, I'm respectfully asking that you authorize me to go into a contract with Duncan so that we can get these issues ironed out. Thank you.
Okay. Probably looking at this time to both County Council and the CEO's office regarding, this is a budget request and the purpose for the budget request.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you'd prefer that I go first or the CEO's office go first.
Either one, really.
So I do want to just start off by explaining a little bit in terms of my own role and just some of the relevant statutory obligations of the board here. So, by statute, my obligation is to be acting as the legal advisor to the county and all of its various departments and elected officials. Now, what the state bar has opined is that generally speaking, that sort of simultaneous representation is okay unless and until we get to the point where there's a conflict between two parts of the county that have to have, there's sort of two prongs. One is that they have to be parts of the county that are legally capable of suing each other, and then they have to actually be in disagreement as to a relevant issue. Now, I've spoken with Sheriff Kendall. It does sound to me like we have reached that point on sort of two discrete issues. One of which is this question of whether or not he's entitled to independent IT infrastructure, sort of contrary to the board's preference of going forward with unified IT infrastructure. And the other is as he spoke to, this question of the sheriff's ability to spend money outside of what's budgeted, which is something that the board had asked me to research and to come back with some additional information on, in which the sheriff had indicated during some of the open session items that he had sort of had a disagreement with some of the conclusions that I'm reaching. I do think in those circumstances, I can't be acting as the sheriff's legal advisor. And by statute, when that happens, the sheriff is entitled to independent counsel. And the board does have the obligation to go ahead and provide it if necessary for the performance of the sheriff's duties. So I don't think I can advise him and the board on those. I do think I'd be conflicted off. It's clear in the event of the conflict, I'm the one who ends up, I end up staying with the board, and independent counsel is provided for the sheriff. That being said, the statute's also clear that the board is not required simply to go with whatever firm it is that the sheriff selects. There's actually a process in certain cases where it can end up going to the presiding judge of the court, and the board could nominate someone, the sheriff can nominate someone, the presiding judge can end up selecting who the appropriate attorney is. I will just let the board know, I was not particularly soliciting attorneys or looking for someone to take this on initially, because I didn't want to be pointing the sheriff to any particular firm. I think his selection should be his selection. And I also think that it's important that the board make sure that whatever the selection ends up being, it is someone that the sheriff is comfortable with. When the sheriff came back with Duncan James and his firm, there were two areas of concern that I had that I raised to the sheriff, and I let him know that I'd be advising the board on. One is that this is a firm that's actively suing us in another case, and there are certain strategic reasons related to that case, not necessarily a dispute with the sheriff, why hiring the firm in this matter may be disadvantageous in another case. In particular, anytime that you're giving an outside firm access to client information, in this case, information that I wouldn't know is going out, there are potential strategic disadvantages in terms of that litigation. Frankly, in certain situations, can end up creating a conflict of interest for that firm, but one that we might not end up discovering until much further down the road. And then there's also just concerns in terms of does having the firm that's suing us in the one case being on the contract in another, it all impact how they're going to be approaching the contractual relationship. So there's certain strategic reasons I generally would recommend against using a firm that's actively suing us. I would also say the other issue that I pointed out to Sheriff Kendall was just in terms of cost. I did provide Sheriff Kendall with a list of the current contracts and the current contract rates that we have. I wanted to make sure that he was operating with information about what we actually have been paying out to outside counsel. Mr. James's firm is on the higher end of that scale, but it is sort of within the realm of what we have been paying on an hourly rate. However, my concern is really that there's two parts of cost when you're looking at an attorney. One part is what is the hourly rate, right? How much are they charging you for every hour of work that they put in? But the other is how many hours of work are they putting in that may be sort of more than is needed in a particular case, or less efficient than could be, right? So generally you want your outside counsel to be looking at the cost benefit in terms of work on particular areas. It's always possible to put in more time. It's always possible to put in more research, but you generally want a firm that's going to be sort of mindful in terms of what's the total bill running up and what is the cost going to be there. And just on that front, I haven't worked with Mr. James in the past, and we haven't hired them previously. I did, however, go back and take a look at that 2019 grand jury report that was discussing their work for the sanitation district in their litigation with the city of Ukiah. And I have to identify for the board, there were some red flags there. Every case is different, and every case is going to have its own factors that drive what the costs are, what the total bill should end up being. But the amount that was, it's hard to do sort of a strict apples to apples comparison, but the amount that was charged there, and my understanding is that it didn't all go to Mr. James's firm, but they were the ones sort of steering the litigation. The amount was, as I understand it, at least according to the grand jury, 3 times what the city of Ukiah had paid, and the amount was sort of well in excess of what I would expect to be spending, frankly, for even some pretty complex litigation. It's more in the lines of what you might expect to see in a bill with sort of multinational corporations fighting each other over some pretty important issues where they're almost engaged in sort of economic warfare against each other, trying to outspend each other. I believe that the total amount there that the grand jury had reported was about $6 million, and there was an indication that the bills were, I think, in excess of $50,000 even after the $50,000 per month even after the case had wrapped up. And I just have to identify that is a sort of a warning sign, right? That is a red flag. That is an area of some concern. And because the board is not required to go with just whatever firm the sheriff selects, I felt I had to advise the board. I did have concerns about this particular selection. I did relay that to Sheriff Kendall. I understand. He didn't see that as a reason not to be going forward with this firm. I let him know. He does have a right to make that case to the board. I certainly want to make sure he has the opportunity to be heard on the board on that. But insofar as I'm advising the board, I think that I've got to flag those issues and I've got to recommend against the selection of this particular firm. The alternative that I put forward to Sheriff was to, put forward maybe 3 of his top choices so that the board would then have an ability to make a selection knowing that whatever it chose was someone that the sheriff would be comfortable with. I understand he didn't want to go forward with that. I did not particularly want to be in the position of selecting an attorney that would be representing the sheriff, because it would be on I think the sheriff's point is fair. I generally don't want to be in a position of trying to recommend who is going to be representing the other side. That being said, we are dealing with a pretty specific statutory structure here that does allow the board to make a recommendation if there is a conflict, and potentially go its own direction. Since Sheriff Kendall has indicated that he wouldn't be bringing forward 3 names, I have done some research to be able to provide the board sort of a range of a few options. I'm happy to go into that if the board would like. Now, that being said, I think that it is very important in approaching this to make sure that we're looking for counsel that is going to do a good job for the sheriff, someone that is going to be economical, but at the same time, the sheriff needs to be comfortable with the quality of the representation he has and the quality of the advice that he's getting. I do think that that's an important piece of this, and I think that the entire county system is served best if we do in fact have appropriate, good, competent, and appropriate representation from the sheriff.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, is there any possibility that a free attorney general's opinion could satisfy everyone here? I think we all want to get an answer to the disputed budget item, and maybe an AG opinion would answer that without significant cost of public money.
If I may just respond briefly to the chair, I definitely think that's one possible avenue here. I don't know that that necessarily rules out a need or desire for the sheriff to be having independent counsel. In those situations, generally the attorney general tries to solicit legal analysis from all of the relevant parties.
Understood. And second, could we hear the exact dispute? Is it a question of whether the sheriff has to spend within budget, or is it more nuanced? I'm not clear on exactly what the dispute is.
Not quite sure if that question was for me or for Sheriff Kendall.
I guess for both of you, because we have a conflict. So I don't know that the two of you necessarily agree, but I think as a starting point, it would be good to understand what is being disputed. Does the sheriff believe he can spend outside of budget for normal operating expenses? And if so, is there any other cap, or is it, can he spend indefinitely? And what is county council's position on that? Can you give us some framing around the dispute?
Supervisor Williams, was that through the chair? Excuse me. Was that for myself or was that for?
I would like to hear from both you and county council. Same question.
Okay, for me, it's pretty simple. And Christian, I'm sorry if I spoke before you get a chance to, but for me, it's pretty simple. The conversations that have been going on to hold me accountable to an underfunded budget during times of emergencies, and especially during these times when I can absolutely show that we are structurally underfunded. I am not willing to even entertain conversations regarding that for a lot of different reasons. Now, I don't want to go too deep into it because I don't think that we should be arguing this case here. And the other issue is dealing directly with the sheriff's IT. And there are statutes in the government code that I believe that there has been an overreach of the board on these things on. And until such time that we can get these things ironed out, I believe that we will be in conflict. Now, with a free AG's opinion, I'm sorry, I've been doing this job for a long time, and I can tell you that a lot of young folks over in county jail who have taken free legal advice, they've gotten exactly what they've paid for. And at this stage of the game, we don't need to do that. We just need to get this taken care of, get over it, and move forward.
So you wouldn't respect the opinion of the state attorney general?
How long do you believe that would take also?
My understanding is that they've picked up the pace and they've increased staff, and that it would be fairly short turnaround. But maybe we could ask county council the same question and then have him.
I can tell you that my experience with the AG's office, nothing has happened rapidly. And I believe that this is something we are going to have to iron out. And it's probably going to take some pushing in both directions to get it there.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, just to speak to the question of the timing on the AG's opinion, what they have told me recently is that their estimates are about 1 year as to how long it takes to get an opinion. So that's all. Fast is relative, right? I mean, it's a lot faster than they used to be. I certainly wouldn't want to give the impression that this would turn around in a month or two. I think a year it would be sort of reasonable. It's probably faster than we would get an answer through litigation. On the other hand, it's not going to be of use for the current budget cycle. It wouldn't. I mean, at best, it would be relevant for the upcoming budget cycle. To go to Supervisor Williams' prior question regarding the scope of the conflict, I think I generally agree with what Sheriff Kendall was saying. I just add a little bit of refinement just in terms of my own understanding. First of all, with respect to the sort of the budget questions, the statements that I understood Sheriff Kendall to be making were sort of twofold. One, there was some statements made that, if I understood correctly, during the budget process were sort of indicating that the sheriff believed that the board didn't have the ability to sort of impose limits on expenditure of budgeted funds for non-budgeted purposes. That is there. I think I understand, sort of where that might be coming from in terms of the legal analysis. That's not something that I generally agree with, but there is some the authority on that. There's no published authority on that. The cases I'm aware of having dealt with it are not binding at this point. The other point that I'd understood to be an issue of contention was essentially what the sheriff was alluding to in terms of the code section that sort of requires government officials to be financially responsible in the event that they end up exceeding their budgets. I think that there's sort of one point there that I didn't understand to be necessarily part of this conflict, which was the general question of would the board have to be cleaning up processes or having certain requirements on the budget before it would hold any department head accountable, which I think that I had made some recommendations to the board on before trying to enforce that section against any official, regardless of whether it's the sheriff or not. But then the other was, it had been raised that essentially there are some provisions in that section that wouldn't apply to certain expenses of the sheriff. And I think the issue is really the scope of that, right? I agree that there are some expenses of the sheriff that wouldn't apply to. I think that I've previously pointed out to this board, in certain emergency situations, I think certain overtime expenses, the board could not make a personal charge against the sheriff. I think that the board would have to go ahead and pay those. However, when it comes to ordinary costs in the course of the operation of the sheriff's department, in particular, overtime for non-emergency purposes, I'd say my analysis is not entirely complete, but my belief is that those would be something that ultimately a board could hold an elected official accountable for if it had cleaned up its or if it had a budget process that I think was going to be enforceable generally against all of the various officials. So I don't know if Sheriff Kendall wants to add to or refine that, but that's my general understanding of where we're in conflict and where the sheriff would need independent representation.
Well, I agree with Christian on these things through the board, or excuse me, through the chair. My apologies. I agree with Christian that those are a couple of spots where we currently have a rub, and I'm sorry. We need some stability. We need to get this worked out. And we need to continue moving forward. We don't need any instability right now. It's taking time away from everybody and from the jobs that we should be doing. So, again, I'm going to respectfully request that you folks authorize this contract. We'll move forward. We'll get this ironed out, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, it was my understanding from the budget conversations, and I'm sorry, Sheriff Kendall, that you happened to be unavailable when we had that conversation. I read that to be that if there are emergency expenses, you just simply have to come to the board let us know what's happening. Obviously, we would know if there was a disaster or that type of thing. And really, it was just about having an update, and that generally the conversation about department heads overspending was a general conversation about what state regulations allow or disallow. Regarding that conflict plus the IT conflict, hopefully you've had a chance to read the grand jury report. As a board, we are responsible for the budget, and you know, that should be a priority of ours, making sure that we're not entering into litigation that really should be solved at an executive office level, in my opinion. So I just wanted to put those 2 points out there. I think it's important that if you want to be represented, you have somebody that's a subject matter expert on sheriffs and counties. I think in this case, we will find that subject matter expert outside of Mendocino County. So I would be interested in doing some research to see which law firms are out there that have that experience and what their contracts look like.
Well, if I may reply to Supervisor Mulherin through the chair, I'm looking at the grand jury report from June of 2016 that was absolutely contrary to the latest grand jury report. And I understand County Counsel Curtis is concerned, saying that we should be concerned with the law firm of Duncan James from his position. But if I was to reach out to the sanitation district and ask them how they felt about his work, because they are on my side of the coin, I guarantee you that we would be hearing something different. I'm pretty certain that they're very satisfied with his work. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So 2 points and then a question. So and also an opening statement. I'm really sorry to see internally our organization not getting the job done. This isn't good. So the next point is that in Counselor Duncan's letter, he doesn't really specifically say how much he charged, which, you know, is I'm concerned about. I don't see where he said who paid what, which is kind of critical information for us. The second thing that's chilling to me is that he's talking about a great return on investment for his time, and you know, somebody has to pay that $16 million, and it's the ratepayers of the city of Ukiah. And you know, for me, that's a real negative thing. That's not a positive. I would have liked to have seen this resolved much differently, and not so expensive really to all the people who are taxpayers in the city of Ukiah. And the question that I'd have then for county council, best guesstimate, what is this kind of litigation likely to cost, and what would that compare to just simply coming up with a better internal solution to staff IT the way the sheriff wants, a level that's acceptable, and understand that we're not holding the sheriff accountable for going over budget under emergency situations.
So if I may respond, I want to make sure that I understand the question correctly. You're asking, in the event that we end up in litigation over the IT and the budget issues, what would be the anticipated cost of that litigation?
Correct.
And I can't, I can give you my estimate right now. I will say, I don't know exactly what the sheriff might have in mind in terms of where some of this might go, or where things might be a little bit more fact intensive, right? I've gotten enough information to identify that I think I can't represent the sheriff on this item. I haven't gotten enough to do sort of a detailed budget report or detailed litigation budget for this. I will, what I'll let you know is that the firm that does most of these cases is called Jones Mayer, and their hourly rates are $250 per hour. They did indicate that they are unavailable for this particular assignment, but there are a few other firms that have sort of quoted similar rates to us that would be available. In terms of what I might project in terms of overall cost, I would, if we're talking about those sorts of rates, I would hope that we would be coming in, and again, assuming that half of the work is done by my office in-house representing the board, rather than going out on both sides of the equation, I would estimate somewhere in the $250,000 range.
Is that for both sides, or is that just for you? Or
that's just for the sheriff.
And what's the time frame?
Litigation, realistically, we'd probably be looking at about 2 years.
Supervisor Williams? Okay.
Yeah. So what I've heard so far is more than $250,000 in 2 years, or $0 in 1 year with the AG opinion. I favor the AG opinion if there's any way for us to.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, it's very disappointing that we're at this point, we all have a lot of work to do. I know Sheriff Kendall, you have an incredible amount of work that you're always doing. And to be spending our time, dealing with this kind of, it's almost like inside baseball or inside the beltway kind of deal is very unfortunate. And then to be looking at $250,000 or whatever to try to figure this out, it just seems like if we can talk as a board with the sheriff, I think that we can work this out. So my question to you, Sheriff Kendall, is what is your goal or vision for this issue with the budget? Just looking at the budget component of it. Is your vision that you won't be charged if you go over budget, or if there's an emergency that you know that the money will be there for an emergency? Do you need a commitment from the board to say, we have these cases, we have an emergency, we have fires going on, you have to be there, that the money you spend will be, we will make sure that you're made whole with that. What is your vision? What's the end goal? I guess I'm asking.
My vision is to provide safety and security for the people in Mendocino County, as well as the folks housed in county jail. I mean, that is truly my vision for the sheriff's office and for Mendocino County. And, I'm afraid that, and I don't want to get too deep into this because this is something that we should be discussing with someone in a black robe. But if it gets to the point where I have to have a fear that when something is going on, I've got to pull the ripcord and say, boys, stop giving the alert and warning, stop going door to door because I don't want to lose my home. I mean, that's just ridiculousness. And it's those types of pressures that are being put on that will affect the safety and security of people in Mendocino County. And it's pulling me away from the ability to do my job. And that's what it comes down to for me. Now, as far as the budget on fighting this battle, to be honest with you, I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you if I was. And I don't think that I have anything to say about that. I don't know what it will cost. I do know that these problems have got to get worked out. And this is probably the fastest remedy for it, is to go get some standard opinions.
But what if we had an agreement between the board, and I know that the CEO is on board with us, about saying, whatever you need in an emergency situation, we will make sure that you get that.
And I understand that. And I understand that. But when I am handed a budget that is structurally underfunded to start with, I mean, I've got to dig out of a hole to get back to zero before I can even start. And it's those types of things when we have these issues that come up that need to be heard and need to be dealt with.
Well, when you weren't there with the budget process, so what if we set up a separate day, a special meeting, just to have you talk to the board and we go over these budget issues so that we can work these out and not have to do the legal route
And I understand that, but I have concerns with the way that things are going, that we are going to be back and forth on these things, a poke here and a poke there until the end of time. Posturing is not getting us anywhere. Let's get some decisions made and get done with it. I mean, I'm telling you, I remember being a boy in Covelo. Posturing is good when you want to avoid that dust up. But if you know this fight's coming, just get it over with. Let's finish it. Let's move forward.
Well, what we're hearing is that it's going to be a couple of years and lots of taxpayer dollars to even figure this out. So why don't we just try to figure it out straightforward, as Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff.
And I still will be asking for a lawyer because these folks are going to keep coming. And it's no way to have to deal with the issues as they come up. Should I come back, 2 months from now when we have another one? Should I come back 2 months after that when we have another one? To be honest with you, the foot dragging that occurred on this, I should have been taking my daughter to Montana State today. But she was forced to drive out there without dad because this was coming this week. And I get very little time off, maybe a half a day every other Sunday. These little things that are pulling me away from serving the public, serving the people, serving my family. They deserve just a little bit of time with that. And, these things that are going on, we're going to have to get them worked out. And so I'm not going to be satisfied until such time that we've got the issues worked out.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Point of clarification so I can fully understand the conflict. Sheriff, nuances of emergency situations aside, just normal, ordinary operating expenses of your department, do you believe you're obligated to follow a budget approved by the Board of Supervisors?
As long as that budget is not structurally underfunded.
And you believe it's structurally underfunded today?
Absolutely, I do.
By how much? And is there a plan to show us what's needed to not be structurally underfunded?
Let me pull some notes out here. I'm sorry I didn't have them here. This is something that my financial manager would probably be better at speaking to than me. Give you some examples. We know that our year-to-date actuals for extra help, our bailiffs and whatnot, and a lot of that's paid for by the court contracts and things like that. $381,000, but $75,000 was put towards it. I'd say that that's structurally underfunded. We'll find a couple of more examples for you here, but I don't have all my notes here. Let me keep looking. Overtime. When we know that overtime usually runs somewhere between 1.4 and 1.8 million dollars, but we're giving a heck of a lot less than that. I'm sorry, if you know that it costs you $100 a month to run the lights in your home, which is darn expensive, you should be budgeting $100 a month to run the lights in your home. Then the issue with vehicles and things like that. Honestly, one of these young men and young ladies who works for me gets killed in the car because it no longer pursuit rated after 100,000 miles. It's an incredible tragedy. And a lot of these folks in here, I've known them since they were kids. I know their parents. I have a duty to these people. Things like that keep popping up. I'm sorry, but they're going to stick in my craw from now until the end of time.
I guess my last question for clarification is, Sheriff, do you believe there's any limit to your department's spending?
Absolutely.
What is that limit? Where is that defined?
When the need is met.
And who makes that determination?
As far as
the limit, I mean, could you buy a helicopter tomorrow? If you don't respect the board's budget, what limit do you respect?
Excuse me. There is no lack of respect here for any member of the board or the board.
No. I'm clarification. I'm talking about respect for the budget, not individuals or the board. So
I will have respect for the budget when it becomes realistic.
But who makes that determination? My read is in California there's an obligation for budgets to be balanced. This board has an obligation to have a balanced budget. I don't know how, as a county supervisor, I can approve a balanced budget if we have some departments stating they will not follow the budget. It creates a problem for us. Who is it? Is it your view that the sheriff decides how much is appropriate for the sheriff's office to spend?
No, it's my view that the people of the county and the things that occur are the ones who are in charge of how much it gets spent. I don't go out and spend money wildly for no reason.
I understand that, and I'm not accusing you of that. I don't want this to be personal, but my read of the situation is it's the Board of Supervisors that approves the budget for all departments. And it seems we're at conflict. And I'm wondering, if it's not the board that approves your budget, who approves it? Do you approve it yourself?
We do our best to live within what we get. But as far as when we run out of money and something happens, do we continue to send young men and young ladies to work? Yes, we do.
So you believe you can spend as you see fit?
No, I believe that I can spend for what the needs are. And that is not what I see fit. It meets what the needs are.
So you believe you can spend as you see the need justifies?
If
my point is somebody has a discretionary role of deciding how much is appropriate to spend. And I think I'm hearing you say that it's your decision as the sheriff as to what needs to be spent for the sheriff's office. And I hear county council saying, no, that's the Board of Supervisors that sets the budget. Is that in essence the conflict?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that the conflict is that the budget is absolutely underfunded. And that is what the conflict is. And you can set the budget, heck, you can set it for $25. And is that realistic? Because anything under is unrealistic. Because we know that we're going to have emergencies. We know that we're going to have these issues. We know that we have to replace vehicles. These things that are affecting the citizens and these deputies that work for me, that's where I have to draw the line. And I have to say that we're going to have this little dust up. Because if the needs can't be met, then what are we supposed to do?
What outcome are you expecting from this process? We bring this before a judge. What are your hopes? The judge will say that it's your discretion on what to spend, or that he'll give you a fixed amount? What?
No, my hopes would be that the sheriff's office would, come back with a realistic budget that we can meet the needs of and can meet the needs of the public. And honestly, I think that we should be trying this case right here, right now.
I understand. And you expect that the court will set that budget rather than the Board of Supervisors?
Not sure.
I have a question for, I guess, CEO's office or county counsel's office. I was looking over the draft contract that was in the packet provided by the sheriff's office with Duncan James. And I saw very little in it that described what their mission was in terms of, obviously we know it's to represent the sheriff, but it's obviously for the purposes of answering some legal questions. And the only place I think I saw their explanation about why they would be representing the sheriff was in the regarding at the top of their memo, not the actual memo, not the actual attachment. So I guess I'm thinking that any contract we would want to sign, we would not simply want a contract that shows hourly rates and some boilerplate language, but the actual purpose of the contract, which is to define the scope of the work. So I'm just saying, personally, I thought that was missing from the documents that were provided by Duncan James or the sheriff's office on this. So I definitely hear the sheriff saying that he wants to feel comfortable with the attorney representing him. I think he has that right. But it's also the board's responsibility to hire people who are in the best interest of the public. And so I would like to think that we could mutually agree on that attorney. does the county counsel's office in your research, have you found attorneys that have represented sheriff's offices or, police departments that would have the relevant experience?
Yeah, if I may respond to the chair, and just to clarify, we've really only been looking for the last few days since I didn't want to be searching until the sheriff had sort of arrived at his own selections. But yes, we've got a few names to provide to the board. One is Cole Huebner, the firm of Cole Huebner. We had previously contracted with them to provide legal assistance and advice to the sheriff's office here in Mendocino County. They also handled one of these conflict cases for the Sutter County assessor, I want to say 5 or 6 years back, and are in one of the published opinions. One of their principals is a former county council from the county of Colusa. Since they'd previously worked with our sheriff's office, they have expertise in this matter, and they quoted us a rate of $250. Additionally, we've been told that Porter Scott is available, and in particular, they would be offering David Norton, one of their shareholders. My understanding is he's a former law enforcement officer who's currently representing the sheriff's office for the county of Humboldt. They quoted a rate of $260 for the shareholder, and then their associates would be $230, and a paralegal at $140. And then we've got a few other leads they don't have a specific rate on just yet.
Okay, so Sheriff, we've been told that we could mutually agree with you on a legal firm and a contract, or the processes that we would provide the name to the presiding judge. You would provide a name to the presiding judge, and I guess I'm putting it back to you. What course of action would you like to see if the board is not comfortable hiring the one firm that you've recommended so far?
Well, if we're going to provide names to the presiding judge, that will be the name that I am going to provide to the presiding judge. My understanding is, first off, we've kind of gotten down in the weeds on this. We just need to make a decision about whether you want to allow me to take that law firm on or not. Secondly, if County Counsel Curtis is going to present some names, hey, that's wonderful, but I've told you who I'm comfortable with and the reasons for it, and that's the name that I will be providing. And then we can allow the judge to make that decision.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak, and then Supervisor Woods.
Thank you, Chair Judy. I guess, I'm really blown away by this process, and I don't want to see us going down this route. But, going back to Supervisor Williams' question about, and it goes back to my question about, Sheriff Kendall, what is your goal? What is your hope, your vision? If we go before a judge, what would you hope that the judge says about this budget process for the sheriff's office and the board of supervisors and the relationship? Do you hope that the judge says, okay, Sheriff, you determine what the needs are and you budget your own sheriff's office, accordingly, and then the board of supervisors has to deal with it? Is that what the hope is?
No, absolutely not. My goal would be to say, these are the needs. This is what it takes to meet the needs in the exact same fashion that we present our budget to the board every year through the CEO's office. And, I think that structurally underfunding the sheriff's office and then saying, well, we'll make you accountable for anything that you go over, it's akin to extortion. That's exactly what it is. And I am not going to make decisions on how to serve the public based on financial things that could be done to me. Honestly, that's just it's a very strange conundrum that we're in here, to say the least.
Well, I think that presentation saying that department heads would be legally responsible for overages on their budget, I think that was not accepted by the whole board. Let's just say
And I
that.
understand that, but it sure sounded like it was to me. And then there's the other issue of sheriff's IT. There are things that you know, there are laws that basically state that I will be having sole and exclusive control over my IT department. And the Department of Justice, we have our DOJ connection and various other things. I have all different types of things that are in my network they're not going to be shared with the rest of the county, and they certainly won't be shared with people who have not passed a sheriff's background. And I can tell you, very few people do. So these are the things that need to get worked out. And like I said before, I don't want to argue this case in here today. That's for those guys that have Esquire behind their name. Me, I'm a gray-haired Irish guy from Covelo. You know, I shouldn't have to argue this in front of the board. Real question here is, will you allow me to get an attorney or will you not?
Well, I think that you know, what I've seen in these processes is that we will be back talking about the budget, you know, whether it's after a judge or before a judge. And so I would like to just, as a board, invite you to talk about the budget and, you know, let's try to work this out.
Well, my understanding is a lot of department heads have asked for the board to have these conversations, and these things have not occurred. And that's just the way that things have been shaken out here. So I'm not going to walk away from this conversation satisfied until such time that I realize I have some protections. And a portion of those protections is legal representation. That is probably the only thing that's going to satisfy me today. And my apologies, but when it comes to being able to take care of the people of the county, I've sworn to do it. I also have a duty to my family.
Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor McCarty.
Yeah, this is part of why I believe a financial audit would make sense, because it would give us an independent analysis of where we're falling short. I think everyone in this meeting today wants to ensure that there's adequate public safety, right? That's on all of us. And I know there's been, I mean, even doing a financial audit has been a conflict, but the goal of an audit is to highlight where we're falling short, where we have needs, and how we might operate more efficiently. You know, if you ask the public, do we want duplicated IT services, or do you want to pay deputies more and have resident deputies and, you know, greater law enforcement presence? Most people would say, let's try to be as efficient as we can, removing you know, duplicated administrative services and focus on boots on the ground. So, you know, I think it's possible for us to all align and get headed in the same direction. We want to provide the best services possible. We want to ensure that we have adequate public safety. And, you know, audit is turned into, you know, a very negative dynamic, and it doesn't need to be. I think it would help make the sheriff's point that he may be underfunded, and it would help the board justify cuts elsewhere to further fund public safety.
Yeah, I respond to that through the board.
Of course.
Yeah. Go ahead. Well, this is one of those strange things where, you know, I sent an email to all of you folks because we were in budget hearings, and the assistant CEO said that our reporting for the mileage during the fires did not match what the county garage had reported. And as soon as we heard of that, the undersheriff put our people on hand searching 100% of what the county garage did. Now, we had spoken to that, and when we found out it was wrong, I immediately emailed the board, because that's transparent and that's honest, and said we'd spoken to this. But Supervisor Williams, you placed it on Facebook, and it seemed like a dig or something. I didn't even want to engage in it because that reporting had come from the county garage, not from my people. And when we start to go down that road of political folly, I mean, there was a writer one time that said a fool can turn philosophy into folly. Well, the philosophy was some poor son of a gun made a mistake. Okay, it was caught, as it should have been. It cost the county nothing. As a matter of fact, it put about an extra $50,000 back into my budget. But then this blame game starts getting played on these folks who work for us. Well, we don't want to go down that road. We want to treat everybody who works for us well. We just do. And occasionally, somebody makes a mistake. When somebody trips and falls down on the street, we need to be there to help them out, not laugh at them. And, as we go down this road, that's the kind of stuff that we've got to get over. And we've got to start dealing with it in a fashion that supports our employees, not throws them under the bus, and it doesn't turn philosophy into folly.
So with all due respect, I think that's a bit of a mischaracterization. My point was those types of mistakes can be found during audit. If there's one, it's not a big deal. If there's 100, it adds up. If an audit can find where there's room to optimize and can highlight where we need additional funds applied. And I think that's what you want. I think that's what the board wants. And so, I'm back there at, if we had an audit that would independently highlight the needs, I think the board would support addressing shortcomings. I haven't heard the board ever, in my term, I've never heard the board say they're unwilling to fund the sheriff's office. What I've heard is, show us the data, show us the need, give us concrete information. And, if we have to make hard decisions about where to cut elsewhere to benefit public safety, we will. And that information hasn't been forthcoming. I've asked for data a number of times. Supervisor has checked, and I tried to follow up. We haven't received it. The data provided in the last request, about crime increasing, I charted it, and it looked like most of the crime was flat or decreasing. Probably not the best data. Where is the data that shows that we're falling short, and in what areas are we falling short? And what is the proposal so that you're not structurally underfunded? We haven't seen it.
Okay, and then who do I have to provide that data?
I would say the county CEO or direct to the Board of Supervisors, sponsor an item. I know I'm happy to hear it. I think the board as a whole is happy to hear it. But in order for us to make cuts elsewhere, we need some justification. We need to know how you're structurally underfunded. And that's been, frankly, it's been hard to get a hold of that. I want to see it, and it'll give me the justification to proceed on next steps.
But when we know that we've had so much overtime for the last 4 or 5 years, as you folks had asked, and we provide that, and it's ignored, how does that occur?
So if I could on the overtime, your predecessor, Sheriff Allman, had told the board that he was expecting to get the department more fully staffed with an upcoming budget, and salaries were going up, et cetera. And I think the department was maybe more fully staffed that year than previous years, but the overtime, I think, was still more or less what it was. And so it's kind of hard if over time you hear, if only this will happen, then this other part of the budget will go down. It's kind of hard to know how to budget when it seems like almost like no improvement in the sheriff's budget or staffing levels seems to result in a savings anywhere in the sheriff's budget.
Well, and I understand that, but when we look at where the money's being spent, we had 2 shootings in 3 days. And when these things occur after 5 or on the weekends, we don't have 40 detectives, we've got 4. And they have to work their days off. They have to work all of these different things. And as we see this crimes of violence going through the roof, and we are, it's those types of things that we don't have a crystal ball on. And we were able to get overtime down quite a bit a couple of years ago. But then the other police departments and whatnot started raising their pay scales and whatnot, and we were in a competition with them. Sonoma County, they are still plucking from us, not in the fashion that they were before. But then the pool for picking up new deputy sheriffs has greatly shrunk. College of the Redwoods Police Academy, I think they graduated 10, and they usually run 40. So that is across the nation right now. Numbers of new recruits are down, and people are retiring as fast as they possibly can. And a lot of it deals with some of these issues of new legislation and anti-police rhetoric.
Supervisor McGordy?
So Sheriff Kendall, you say that you're structurally underfunded. Do you have a rough idea of how much you're structurally underfunded?
I would have to ask Juanita to come help me with that. She's provided me with some of the information on it, and I would have to sit down with my calculator or find an advocate to line it all up, and it would take me a little bit.
Well, I'm going to talk for me. There's a lot of people in the world I want to have a fight with, and you're not one of them. And I'm really concerned that we're headed for the ring without us really kind of knowing everything. And before you take a big fight like this, you want to be sure you know stuff like how much are you underfunded? How much is it going to cost for a lawsuit? What does it cost for other lawyers? Is there a possibility somebody else might be good to represent you that doesn't have a track record of really running up the bill? These are the kinds of things that I would like personally before we take a big step like this. And I know you well. I know that you have a frustration level at which point you will blow. And I don't want us to push you there, but I feel like you've gotten there, and I'm just kind of saying, whoa. And I think the rest of the board members are the same way. I don't see anybody here that is, questioning your integrity, questioning the need of what you're requesting in terms of help. I suspect that just dealing with cannabis, we could use double of everybody that you have on your staff. So it's not a question of need. It's a question, of our responsibilities. And I just would kind of like cooler heads to prevail right now and not just jump into this. There's a few steps we could take. One is more information. And I really do support an audit in the long run, because that most public institutions do, and they're not all negative. I mean, there's things you find out in audits that show that you are underfunded woefully. If you see something that's consistently overspent, that means you're not allocating the resources, right? And in most cases, and you're not anticipating the needs. So that's the only thing that I have to say as we go forward. And I mean that sincerely when I say you're the last person I want to pick a fight with.
I appreciate that, Supervisor McGordy. And Lord knows I don't want to fight with anybody. I've been in a lot of dust-ups in my life, and therefore I do my best to avoid them. But I'm telling you that I'm not going to be satisfied until such time that the picking and the poking is done with. And we have got to get somewhere, and I absolutely believe in me having my own counsel. And if we never have to use them, then we never have to spend. But that's what's going to satisfy me. And honestly, we have an auditor in this county for a reason. Every dime that I spend, he knows about. I'm not doing anything shady or under the table. I'm just trying to meet the needs, and everybody's pretending like we don't have an auditor. Recently, there was a question that was asked the CEO about how much the sheriff spends. Well, nobody knows. Well, baloney. Everything that we spend goes through Munis. We can pull it up. We can see it. There's no other way to spend in this county, but we've got to meet the needs. And I don't want to have an argument or a fight. And I think having a little insurance against that will probably keep us getting along. Thank you.
Supervisor Woolens?
Is the requested attorney 425 per hour?
I believe that you guys were provided with all the hours and everything. I think it's cheaper than that.
County Council?
Yeah, if I could refer you to the draft contract attached, I think we've listed Duncan James, or they had listed Duncan James at 425, Donald McMullen at 375, Doug Losak at 325, and then some of their associates at 300. So it's depending upon who's doing the work, it's a range between 300 and 425.
And would the board set the scope? I can't imagine this would be an open-ended agreement to use the firm for any legal matter that arises. It would be a very narrow scope agreed upon by the Board of Supervisors. Is that right? In other words, the sheriff has a question about what's appropriate in terms of setting the budget and whether his department needs to live within the budget, aside from nuances of emergency situations. Would we agree on that language?
So I think you're being asked to approve a contract with the language, and Supervisor Jurdy pointed to the correct location in terms of the description of the scope of services. That's the subject line, I believe, on the attachment. So, I mean, that would be the definition under this proposed agreement. It is the board's role to, in enacting a contract, to be sure that the scope of services is something that's going to match essentially what you believe the conflict and the obligation to be.
I'd like to hear from my colleagues as to whether they support this firm and whether they support the scope. Is it too broad? Is it adequately narrow?
Well, I'll just speak for myself. I don't feel that the supporting documents really define the scope. I think other than in the subject line. And I think we would need a contract. It's going to have to be prepared by county staff defining the scope. And I think it needs to be to the 2 points that we've heard the sheriff say that he feels that he's in conflict with potential board policy, which is defining the scope of the constraints of the budget on the sheriff's office, and defining the authority of the sheriff or the board in determining whether there are 1 or 2 IT departments for the county of Mendocino. And if he's not willing to provide more than one firm, if he's only willing to provide Duncan James, I won't support that. I would prefer that he would give us the name of a second firm that we could agree to and select. And if he's not willing to do that, then I think the board would be stuck selecting a qualified law firm that could provide him legal advice on that question. I think the preferred option for all of us is to hold hold at abeyance the implementation of the contemplated county policy of holding department heads personally responsible for their department's budgets. I think that discussion did cause concern with departments all throughout the county, not just the sheriff's office. And I think if we were to say we're not going to implement that policy until we get an attorney general's opinion, I think that might be enough. I'm hoping it would be enough for the sheriff and other department heads to say, let's not waste a bunch of money on attorneys in a court case. Let's see what the attorney general has to say about this. But that's my hope. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I'm kind of feeling the same way. Pretty much echoing what you have to say is let's get some things clarified. I also like to shop around and make sure that we've got the best options, because we're spending the public's money here, and I want to be sure that we're not spending inadequately. I'm also trying to recognize the importance of Sheriff Kendall being comfortable with who he's working with, but I've got to believe somebody besides Duncan James Law Firm, there must be other people out there who could do a good job, possibly for less. But I like choices, and I kind of feel like this whole thing is kind of blown up and landed in our lap, and that's why I'm kind of hoping we can kind of slow down a little bit and take some time to really review what we want to do, because rushing right into court, I think, would be a mistake, personally. It's not something that I like, any of the conditions that we're facing.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. Yeah, I think that your idea about putting in abeyance that thing about the department heads and overages, I think we would probably have agreement on board with that. I think that, if we're looking at an attorney general opinion, that we can get within a year, that's better than going 2 years for a judge, and it would be probably a lot less costly. When we looked for the county went for the attorney general's opinion on Measure V, I think the county council wrote up a 3 or 4 page memo, and that was pretty much what got sent, and their opinion was requested. And obviously that took years and we got nothing from it. But I think this is a different situation in that way. And I think maybe in the meantime, we can have a budget workshop with the sheriff and really try to understand what the issues are from the sheriff's point of view about the budget. And maybe we need to do a needs assessment, and instead of spending money on these attorneys, we spend money on legal, law enforcement experts who can come in and say, these are the needs of the sheriff's department. If we're not in agreement after this budget workshop, and say, where are we, underfunding the sheriff's office, and move on from there. I think the taxpayer doesn't want their money spent on these lawyers and this internal fight. So.
I agree with you, Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor McGordy. Any other comments? Supervisor Williams?
Well, I held back on asking because I didn't want to get off topic, but this conversation started out with a note that we have people sitting in jail due to poor legal advice, implying that they shouldn't be there. Is that actually the case?
No. There's a very old saying that used to go around in jail all the time when I was a young man. And the guys who represented themselves would get teased by the other fellas, and they would say, if you're taking free legal advice, you're getting what you paid for.
So I just want to differentiate with the state attorney general. It wouldn't be a cost to the county. It doesn't mean it's free. The state of California taxpayers are funding the attorney general.
Mm-hmm.
That office is not providing free advice. It's just that it's already paid for by taxpayers. So I would prefer see if we can come to an agreement on the question that's in dispute or questions, and ask the attorney general what we should do. And I can't imagine the board going against whatever that opinion may be. We just we've reached a point where we don't know how to ensure that we're following the law, and who better to ask than the attorney general?
I understand your point, but honestly, I think I have a little more faith in Mr. James than what I have in the attorney general. I met him once. I have faith that Duncan would represent me and represent me well, and for all the reasons that I provided. And I believe that the only real question here is, do we agree that that we're in conflict, and county counsel is representing you right now while I'm answering questions without an attorney? I think there's a little issue there as well.
So I guess I'm a little unclear. I thought the purpose of paying for an attorney for the sheriff was so that the sheriff could get legal advice. Sheriff, are you saying that the purpose of your being provided legal counsel is to sue the county, or to give you legal advice?
Well, I don't know that I would need to go into a lawsuit with the county, but the fact of the matter is, I'm not taking that off the table. And I don't know which direction this would lead, but the fact is, this little conversation that we're having here today is simply to find out, do we agree that we're in conflict? And once again, we're sitting here and you guys have counsel advising you, and I'm sitting here and I don't.
I guess from my perspective, I would hope that we weren't in conflict if we could agree to hold at abeyance any movement on an ordinance or policy that would put department heads personally liable for department expenditures while we were seeking legal advice from the attorney general. That would eliminate that issue until there was a legal opinion from the attorney general, and it would eliminate that issue because there would be no policy in place. There would be no ordinance in place on that issue. The second issue that I've heard you raise is the whether or not the sheriff's office should have its own independent IT department or be part of the county's IT department, and that we could also put at abeyance while we were getting the attorney general's opinion. So I guess I don't see how this necessarily leads to a lawsuit if we could just agree that we're going to seek that legal advice from the Attorney General, and the purpose of the board's hiring a independent legal advice for you was simply to advise you on how your input is provided for that letter to the Attorney General. Because, for example, the Attorney General, when they're given a letter, as my understanding, somebody asks them a question, a county or a city or somebody asks them a question, but then others weigh in with their own legal analysis for that question. So you as the sheriff, with your own attorney, paid for by the County of Mendocino, could weigh in with their 10 or 100-page letter, or whatever it is, providing legal analysis to the Attorney General as to why your attorney and you believe the Attorney General should craft their opinion in such a way. But the process would be, as I understand it, would be the county council on behalf of the County of Mendocino would be submitting with input, but would be submitting its own independent letter to the Attorney General with their own question. Hopefully there's ideally there's at least mutual agreement on how the question's phrased. So is that something that you could see as workable, because there would be, both issues would be held at abeyance while we were seeking the Attorney General's opinion?
Well, Chair Journey, to be honest with you, I don't know if I want to answer that question without the advice of an attorney. That's where we're at right now. And everybody seems to be ignoring that. You folks have counsel. You've been speaking with him. I don't. And that's what this really comes down to. And I believe the question is, do we believe we're in conflict? If the answer is yes, then I need an attorney. And if I sit here and continue speaking about this thing, we can talk about it from now until the cows come home. But I think that we're actually beginning to infringe a little bit on Mr. Curtis's ethics here as well. I don't know that we can do this while you guys are represented and I'm not. That's the strange part for me.
Okay, well, I guess what we could do at this point is, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, there's no public comment.
Okay. Well, sir, okay, go ahead, Sheriff Kendall.
And honestly, we have to think about County Counsel Curtis, and maybe we should ask him, are we putting him in any ethical dilemma right now having a conversation?
County Counsel, do you have anything to add at this point?
I don't know that this conversation between the board and the sheriff is in and of itself an ethical dilemma. I would, however, encourage that even if you're going to go the route of the Attorney General opinion, you provide counsel for the sheriff on that. And I can understand and respect his desire to have advice from an attorney as to whether or not that's sort of the best route to be going. I do think that it would be appropriate. I'm not saying that I think there's anything wrong with the board sort of broaching this conversation, but I think it would be appropriate and productive to be looking at providing the sheriff with counsel and then continuing the conversation at that point.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak and then Supervisor Williams.
Well, I guess I don't know if I should ask this after what County Counsel said, but Sheriff Kendall, if we put these two issues in abeyance until we received an opinion from the Attorney General, and you've had some representation for these two issues, would you see a need, since you're saying that County Counsel is conflicted, and do you see this as an ongoing need for yourself to have outside representation?
Yeah, because we'll get over this little, excuse me, through the chair, we'll get over this little issue until the next time. And you know what will be next. And it's kind of a strange conundrum. It really is. And I know and respect County Counsel Curtis. I consider him to be a personal friend of mine. I don't want to put him in a pinch or a rub between us. It's not okay. That is my concern for the future. We will have further conflicts on these things, and we have to think about all of our employees, including County Council Curtis. I think that eventually there will be more of these rubs, and I would like to have an attorney to be able to have a discussion with on these things.
All right.
So it's my understanding that this contract would be for a narrow focus. It would be to prepare questions to be answered by the AG, potentially to litigate on those questions, but it would not be an open-ended retainer for whatever legal situations arise in the future. I hope we can all at least agree on that. This is not an ongoing, this is one time. And then I guess second, Sheriff, do we have an agreement on that?
And
you're looking to get present conflict resolved, and the board is obligated, and I think we all support it. We want to get to the bottom of it. But I just want to clarify, you're not asking for a contract with a law firm for whatever matters may come up in the future.
Well, I would love to have a contract with a law firm for whatever matters come up in the future, but this current issue is the one.
This contract has a narrow scope of the current conflict, and it sounds like two issues: IT and whether you have to follow the county budget. And then I guess second, is there any law firm that you would be comfortable with? I want to give you somebody who you can trust, where when this is resolved, you feel like you've been fully represented. But I am a little bit uneasy about hiring a firm that's currently suing the county. I don't know that that's fair on this issue and how it could affect the other case. Just, it's more than a red flag. It strikes me as inappropriate. There's a lot of law firms in the county, a lot of competent attorneys. Is there any second choice? Somebody who's not currently suing us?
I don't see any other law firms who have two previous county councils working for them.
Sure, but given the reality that the law firm you've highlighted is currently suing us, and it could have a negative impact on the county and public funds, is there another attorney that you would trust in our county? No,
Duncan James has sued the sheriff's office in the past, and I still trust him.
I understand that, but there's a potential conflict. That being the case, there's got to be a second attorney that you would trust somewhere in our county.
I believe if there was a potential conflict there, Mr. James would have conflicted out of this. I think he probably knows a little better than me.
I understand that, but this is a firm that's currently suing us. If the board decides that it's uncomfortable with that dynamic, rather than leaving it up to a court to appoint an attorney, I would like to give you someone that you can trust. Do you have any thoughts as to who that may be, your number two pick?
No, I do not. And I believe that County Council Curtis said that he had already found a person that the board could bring forward. And I've explained that I would bring Mr. James's office forward, and then the judge would have to make that decision.
Okay, all right. Supervisor McGordy.
This is a question for Councilor Curtis. So how usual is it for departments to have their own counsel besides the counties?
So it's fairly unusual. I will say that the specific statute that authorizes it applies only to 3 separate officials: the sheriff, the assessor, and the auditor. And those 3 positions are entitled to it, frankly, and the others are not. So it's relatively unusual. I will say, however, as to those positions, it does happen. There are a number of cases, over the last several decades that have been published on this, because these things do pop up. And I'd say it's a little bit of a result of what I would call deliberate separation of powers, right? That we have chosen to put certain functions on certain officials that are elected independent of each other. So there's essentially a system of checks and balances, but that necessarily means that there's sometimes going to be situations where there's conflict.
And do they tend to have continuous relationships, or is it sort of case by case when they get counsel? In other words, are there sheriff's departments that have their own legal counsel, either in-house or contracted? all.
I'm not aware of any situation in which, so I don't know of a county that does it just completely, has one separate attorney completely for a particular department. The statute contemplates, essentially it's case by case, that when the conflicts arise, the inquiry, you have to go through the inquiry, you have to look at whether it would be possible to handle things through an ethical wall. I would say my own office, given the nature of the issues and the scope and the size of my office, I don't think an ethical wall would be practical. Larger counties might be able to have, a completely separate division, be able to handle different branches of the county. But the statute contemplates to be sort of done as needed. If I could just add just a couple other points real quick. Mr. Chair, Sheriff Kendall's correct that, I did suggest a name. I would, however, to Supervisor Williams' point, one of the most important criteria is, that it be someone competent and that the sheriff can be comfortable with them. I don't particularly like picking a name in a vacuum. One of the names that we picked was in part because they had provided previous representation at the sheriff's office. So there's a hope that they would be sort of more acceptable there. But I think that there's value in I can understand if Sheriff Kendall doesn't want to provide it, but there's value in having input and giving Sheriff Kendall an opportunity if the sheriff isn't going to be agreeing, or if the board isn't going to be agreeing with the sheriff's first choice. And then just real quick as to the scope of services, I did want to clarify for the benefit of the board. I had the initial scope that had been presented, I think, had been broader than this. I had suggested alternative language to Mr. James, and then he had, I think this is his counter to my counter on that. But I sort of stopped on that process when it became clear that I was going to be recommending to the board that the board try to find some alternative counsel, in part just because we sort of ran out of time here and I needed to focus my efforts elsewhere.
Okay, so we kind of need to wrap this up. So I'm not hearing support from board members for the Duncan James firm, but I think we need to survey the board to confirm that's the case. Are there any members of the board who would vote to authorize a contract with the firm of Duncan James? Okay, so that's off the table. So then how do we proceed? The sheriff has told us that he will go to this presiding judge and provide Duncan James. County Council, you've in the last few days had a chance to research, probably want more time than that. This, I assume, is not going to get to the presiding judge immediately. If the board on August 3rd selects a nominee on August 3rd, is that timely to go to the presiding judge?
So I believe that the board will likely have an opportunity. That being said, I can't speak for exactly what might happen. I don't know what Mr. James and his firm might have in mind, or what the sheriff might have in mind. So I would ask that if the board is not going to approve the contract today, the board at least authorize me to go ahead and provide the two names that I've given so far as possibilities, although my preference would be to provide the board with something a little bit more thoroughly vetted and some more options, so that the board could sort of pick their preferred choice for a nomination.
Okay, so due to timing issues, at this point, you're asking that we would provide the court, if this went to the presiding judge right away, the two firms that you've confirmed that have qualifications and are available. Supervisor Mulhern?
I have a question, a point of clarification. It appears as though one of the sheriff's representative has already entered into a contract with Duncan James's office based on the documents we were provided. So where are we with that? And then is the county liable to foot that bill at this point?
I'm sorry, I didn't entirely understand.
In our packet, there is an agreement that's already been signed by Mr. Brewster sorry if I don't know the captain or his title. So I'm just asking for a point of clarification. It's dated with today's date. Does that mean Duncan James' office considers that they're going to have billable hours that we're going to owe?
Was that for me or for Christian?
I think it's probably for county council.
If you would unmute me. So I think it's pretty clear by statute that the board has to approve the contract. I don't know if the firm might be making some sort of contrary argument. But I haven't heard anything I haven't heard them argue that somehow anything is owed. And it was not my understanding that anyone had considered the contract to be fully executed at this point. I don't know if the sheriff has information that differs from mine, but in bringing this here, my understanding was that everyone was in agreement that this essentially had to go to the board, and if not the board, then the court.
Supervisor Williams.
Sheriff Kendall, why did your office sign into this agreement?
Because we had to get the contract to the board today for you guys to approve it.
But wouldn't you bring the contract to us and we would approve it and then it would be signed? Why would your office sign it in advance?
No, I don't believe that would normally be the case. Before we send them over, we have the approval.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think this might just be some confusion created by the county's routing process. I don't think that this is someone thinking they had authority to sign before they did. So, I don't know if executive.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, I agree. I think we see contracts on our agenda that are signed as they get routed to get on the agenda.
This is Deputy Lindsay Doherty. It's actually standard protocol that they do be signed by everyone but the board and the clerk of the board upon approval before being submitted to the board.
Okay, so we don't know how quickly this might go to the presiding judge. So at this point, we have two firms that the county council has researched and confirmed are eligible, qualified, and available. Does anyone on the board want to authorize county council to submit their names to the presiding judge with a narrow scope of service? Well, we would still have a contract later at some later date. This is simply to determine with the presiding judge a qualified firm to represent the sheriff.
I move we direct county council to submit the two selected names to the presiding judge and return with a contract.
If I could ask, I think what I was asking for was slightly different, so I might request of the maker of the motion just modify that to authorize county council to provide the names to the presiding judge if this is brought to court in advance of the August 3rd meeting, because otherwise my intent was to bring forward additional names and let the board engage in a more detailed review process.
Rephrased, I move we authorize county council to provide the two names of attorneys to the presiding judge or return to the board on August 3rd, whichever comes first.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. We have a roll call?
Oh, wait, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I do have a comment. I would actually like to really have an opportunity to do just a little bit of review of myself of the two firms. So my preference would be for them to come back on August 3rd so that we would have a little time to do our own research. So if we're going to go ahead and move forward with the motion, as it's stated, I'll be voting no, but that's my reason.
Yeah, I would rather have unanimous direction on this. Can you offer a modification?
Sure, that county council could bring forward the two agencies that they've identified to our meeting on August 3rd for review, and so we can move forward.
Clerk, can you capture that as my motion and just a second agree?
Yes, one moment.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
Are we ready for a vote?
I guess the only question is, if the sheriff wants to go to the presiding judge before August 3rd, what does county council say to the presiding judge? Wait until the board meets on August 3rd?
If I may, I think under the motion as proposed, that's the only thing I'd really be able to do. I mean, I might be able to mention that the board was considering 2 options, but I don't know that I'd be able to actually put them forward as nominations.
Does the county council, do you have any concerns that that the presiding judge might act prior to August 3rd?
A little. I mean, the statute explicitly contemplates that the board would be able to nominate someone, so I think that there's a reasonable. I think that the court should reasonably give the board an opportunity to actually go ahead and consider those and then make the appropriate nomination. That being said, I do have a little bit of concern that anything could happen.
Okay, Supervisor Muller.
I guess I can withdraw my motion or withdraw, excuse me, the amendment. But if county council could just email the board with the names that he's going to be potentially suggesting and not wait till August 3rd, if that's the way that we need to go.
And just to be clear, I understood the prior motion as meaning that I should come back August 3rd. However, if the issue were somehow forced to a decision before then, I would have authority to provide those 2 names.
And can I restate the motion perhaps? I move that we approve authorize county council to return to the August 3rd meeting with a proposal or submit the 2 names to the presiding judge if necessary before the 3rd.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion on the motion? Great. A roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Jurdy?
Yes.
McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Well, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that I think concludes today's meeting. And we'll be back on August 3rd. Thanks.